Then 1, 2, 1, 2. Peace and Black Power family. Y'all already know what it is. We are coming with part 2 with my brother. You already know what it is, man. Coming part 2. All right, with God energy. God energy. And first, let me show y'all what we got coming up this Sunday. This Sunday, Ashe finally gets in the ring. King J finally gets in the ring. Their topic is there such, forgot the A. Is there a such thing as African science? I'll fix it. Don't worry about it. Is there a such thing as African science? That is the topic they choose. I want y'all to understand that when these debates go down, I don't choose the topic. This is their topic that they want to get it in on. And so that's good. So this Sunday is coming up. Ashe finally gets in the ring with King J. And King J, this is his first debate on the HOK. So I think this is going to be a good one. Be looking out for this one right quick. Yeah, so be ready for that. And then you already know we got a powerful matchup coming up. Not that one, but this one. We got Morpheus and my man Apostle coming out, going in. He's gonna go in on Morpheus. Was Jesus the Messiah? All right. Was Jesus a fraud? Round 2. Was Jesus a liar? So they're gonna be getting it in on that. So we got a lot of things coming up for y'all. All right. And then we got this one right here. I think this one is gonna be smoking. African versus the African. We finally got it. The continental African versus the continental African. Easy Bands taking on Brother Sekou. A lot of people was sleeping on Easy Bands. They going with Sekou. But I don't know. Easy Bands is a tough opponent. He is a tough opponent. And so let's get started on our up-and-coming joint we got coming up. And that's part 2. We're going to be dealing with part 2 with God Energy Presents Black Europeans, Moorish Spain, part 2. God damn, that's going to be fire. That's going to be fire, educational, and just sit back and relax, and let's enjoy this information. Before we go in, I'll come with you with my new joint. It's not as fiery as the other one. I kept doing it over and over till I get it, writing the lyrics over, changing it up, listening to it, changing it up. Let's give it up to them. Yeah.
Source up, lockdown. The HOK is the roughest. Don't be a pseudo, I build you up strong. Be the toughest. Source up, lockdown. The HOK is the roughest. Don't be a pseudo, I build you up strong. Be the toughest. I'm betting every line. You're pseudo-intellectual, wasting all my time. You got the rhetoric, the cadence, and the flashy tone, but you're a king of static on a cardboard throne. You wanna be the best, you have to beat the best. No stumbling, no mumbling, straight scholarship. Don't power trip, follow the script, or you might get the hollow tip. Solid grip or catch a beat down with my scholar's whip. Apostle and Cedric, step to the podium, bequeath the ancient decree. While you're blinded by Easy Bands and what the eyes can see. Yeah. The spirit is the architect, the only way to climb. sa.neter, king of the message, transcending space and time. Ankh is the key to the life that's forbidden. You talk about Easy Bands chasing juju shine, but sa.neter the one with the mastermind. Baka standing in the light, skip the suntan shade. Don't come with no pseudo shit, we will put you in the grave. Source up, lockdown. The HOK is the roughest. Don't be a pseudo, be strong, cause we the toughest. Source up, lockdown. The HOK is the roughest. Don't be a pseudo, be strong, cause we the toughest. Don't flip the script, stay true to the essence. Study the HOK roots, we school them like a lesson. No fake deep vibes, keep the vision crystal clear. Let's keep it pushing, brother, no fear, no fear, no fear. No fear, no fear.
I don't even think y'all heard them lyrics, man. I don't even think y'all heard that. With the sauce up, power grip, I hit you with the hollow tip. Y'all ain't even hear that. I hit you with the hollow tip, with the power grip. Come on, man. Suntan. Get out the suntan, get out the shade, suntan. Y'all ain't even hear the lyrics. I'm coming at you one more time, man.
Yeah.
Y'all got to hear it.
Source up, lockdown. The HOK is the roughest. Don't be a pseudo, I build you up strong. Be the toughest. Source up, lockdown. The HOK is the roughest. Don't be a pseudo, I build you up strong. Be the toughest. I'm vetting every line. You're pseudo-intellectual, wasting all my time. You got the rhetoric, the cadence, and the flashy tone, but you're a king of static on a cardboard throne. You wanna be the best, you have to beat the best. No stumbling, no mumbling, straight scholarship. Don't power trip, follow the script, or you might get the hollow tip. Solid grip or catch a beat down with my scholar's whip. Apostle and Cedric.
Hollow tip, power grip. Don't catch a beat down with my hollow whip. God damn. With my hollow whip. Y'all not even listening. Y'all not even listening. A hollow whip? Who the hell got a hollow whip? Like the whip, the white man was whipping us with the whip. The hollow whip. You catch a beat down with the hollow whip. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna slow it down for y'all.
Yeah.
Gotta slow it down for y'all, man.
Source up, lockdown. The HOK is the roughest. Don't be a pseudo, I build you up strong. Be the toughest. Source up, lockdown. The HOK is the roughest. Don't be a pseudo, I build you up strong. Be the toughest. I'm vetting every line. You're pseudo-intellectual, wasting all my time. You got the rhetoric, the cadence, and the flashy tone, but you're a king of static on a cardboard throne. You wanna be the best, you have to beat the best. No stumbling, no mumbling, straight scholarship. Don't power trip, follow the script, or you might get the hollow tip. Solid grip or catch a beat down with my scholar's whip. Apostle and Cedric, step to the podium, bequeath the ancient decree. While you're blinded by easy bands and what the eyes can see. Yeah. The spirit is the architect, the only way to climb. Sa.neter, king of the message, transcending space and time. Ankh is the key to the life that's forbidden. You talk about easy bands, chasing juju shine. But sa.neter the one with the mastermind. Baka standing in the light, skip the suntan shade. Don't come with no pseudo shit, we will put you in the grave. Source up, lockdown. The HOK is the roughest. Don't be a pseudo, be strong, cause we the toughest. Source up, lockdown. The HOK is the roughest. Don't be a pseudo, be strong, cause we the toughest. Don't flip the script, stay true to the essence. Study the HOK roots, we school them like a lesson. No fake deep vibes, keep the vision crystal clear. Let's keep it pushing, brother, no fear, no fear, no fear. No fear. No fear. No fear.
Yeah, you catch the scholar whip. Yo, what's going on, God Energy?
Peace. We back with another one. You know what I mean? Coming to round out this presentation here, you know.
You already know. Hey, what do you think about the we got my man Ashe, and we got King J getting ready to jump in the ring.
That's gonna be a good one. That's gonna be a good one. I think the verbiage there is African science. I think it allows for the opportunity for us to talk about, you know, science, what the ancestors had left us as a legacy to develop, but also maybe clear up some of the things people be saying about the type of sources and credibility. You know what I mean? African science versus quote unquote the white man's science. You know, I think this is a good opportunity to have that conversation head on.
Now, you know, I don't know which one is taking the African is a science and which one is saying African is not. I'm gonna see if I know these brothers.
Okay.
King J is the one that's saying there's no such thing as African science.
Right.
And knowing a little bit about my brother Ashe is saying there is African science. I don't know. Let's bring him on. Let's bring him on real quick and let's see where his stance is at. Peace, brother. What's happening?
Yeah, peace, man.
What's your stance on this, man? Where you going with this?
You hit me on the nose, man. You know it's a such thing as African science. We ain't gonna play no games like that, man.
All right, okay, that's what's up, man.
Absolutely.
So that's coming up this Sunday. But did we get a time on that? I don't think we got a time. But most likely on Sundays, it's always a little earlier, like around 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Because it's Sunday. So that's good. All right. So sit back and relax and let's hear our God energy out right quick.
Yes, sir.
God energy getting ready to go in for his second part 2. And here we go right here.
Yo, Sa, if you could click, you see where it says slideshow, the tab that says slideshow over. Yep.
Yeah. This one here.
Yeah, click that. And it should be an option that says start from beginning. Don't none of those. Underneath, Mm-hmm.
This is it here. How it look?
Click the joint to yeah. Hold on, go back. It started a couple slides in. But that we got it full screen. When you go start from the beginning like that, it'll be on full screen.
Yeah, I can't do it like that because it'll cover my whole screen. It covers everything. Yeah.
But you'll be able to move it forward and backward with the keys.
Right, but I can't see nothing in the chat.
Oh, we got to see the okay.
Yeah, I won't be able to see anything.
Okay.
All right, so let me get back to this one. All right, there it is. You can see it?
Yeah. Let's see if we could blow it up a little bit.
I like that.
Yeah, let's go to the first slide and see how the resolution look. Because that's all I'm concerned about is being able to read and make sure it's legible for the people.
What about now? How it look?
Yeah, that's good right there.
Yeah, the resolution look clean.
Okay, all right. So let's get right into it. Continuing on with Ancient and Modern Britons by David McRitchie.
All right, let's go.
All right, so you see that architecture behind those brothers, that's called Moorish revival, right? The mosque in back of those brothers, that image is based off of something called Moorish revival architecture. And it is that same Moorish revival architecture that gets used. It's a 19th century style based off of some of the old intricate geometric designs that the Moors had introduced into Europe. We hear about, the castles and the relation to the Moors and European castles. And it's a specific style of minaret that passes from the Moorish construction into European construction styles, to where European minarets were more thin and the Moors introduced a more robust minaret style. But not only that, this Moorish revival style gets used in the 19th century to symbol, things that are exotic, give a sense of Orientalism. It was used a lot for Jewish synagogues as well. And it is this Moorish revival architecture that gets misused as Tartarian architecture. So I'm glad that really right off the bat, we get to dispel a myth or a conspiracy theory with Tartaria. And it is actually the Moorish style of architecture that gets used. And that is what's referenced as Tartarian architecture. So I just want to dispel that and give the Moors their credit on that right here. So we putting things in the proper perspective right off the jump. Next slide. And from Ancient and Modern Britons by David McRitchie, continuing with our last reference from this source, it says, now when Claudian wrote, and for a long time after, Moros signified a great deal more than a native of Mauritania. Skipping down, it says, any Latin dictionary, any old one at least, will tell you that Moros is a Moor, a blackamoor, or a tawny Moor. And Shakespeare uses the word Moor as a synonym for Negro. I repeat again, Shakespeare uses the term Moor as a synonym for Negro. Skipping down more, it says blackamoor as the nearest English rendering of Moros, signifying thereby any black or brown-skinned man. And we know as well women are involved in that. So right here, we're getting into more of the etymology of this term Moor, blackamoor, Moros, right? Coming from the Greco-Roman language. And it signifies blackness. It was used in synonym with the term quote unquote Negro, and it signifies thereby any black or brown-skinned individual. Next slide. And to recap some of the information from the last presentation, this right here is an example of the up-down girl found in Kent and the young man found in Dorset in the 7th century. So this is the 600s AD. And these individuals were both found with recent West African DNA. Now, remember, this is the 600s AD. So this is before the Moorish expansion. This is before the Islamic Moorish expansion of 711 to 1492. In the 600s AD, we already have individuals of African ancestry, but also they varied on their cultural context, meaning the up-down girl was integrated into the society. She was part of a family, and she showed that her paternal grandfather was 100% West African. But the young man found in Dorset was most likely a sailor, someone who was in the British Isles due to his maritime occupation. And he was buried without family with an unknown local, and he was cradling an anchor as a pillow, showing his connection to the maritime trade. So with this here, we have two different contexts for specifically West African presence in Britain. And this was prior to the Islamic Moorish expansion. Just to recap on how much of the melanated presence and specifically African presence, and then thousands of years of Black presence was already in Europe and the British Isles, as I went through extensively in part 1 of this presentation, Ancient and Modern Britons. Next slide. And from Introduction to African Civilizations, we have written by John G. Jackson with a foreword by John Henry Clark and Ronoka Rashidi. It says, in the year 710, Musa borrowed 4 ships from Count Julian and sent a force of 500 men under the command of Tarif, an officer in his army, to make a raid on the Andalusian coast. The army landed at a place later renamed Tarifa in honor of Tarif. It was the port of Tarif that the Moors later levied a certain tax, which, taking its name from the town, became known as the tariff. So as a few of us know, as many of us know, that the word tariff, right, has its origin with this Tarif, right, who set up a town that levied taxes on the Andalusian coast in the Iberian Peninsula. Next slide. And continuing on further with the Moorish campaign, so an army of 12,000 Africans was recruited and placed under the leadership of the Moorish general Tariq. General Tariq and his army landed landed on an isthmus between an encampment then called Mons Calpe and on the continent of Europe. After that, Mons Calpe was renamed Jebel Tariq, the hill of Tariq, or as we now call it, Gibraltar. And there, right there in the picture is the Moorish castle located at Gibraltar, right? So when you get Jebel Tariq, the anglicized pronunciation of Jebel Tariq becomes Gibraltar. So even the impact linguistically that the Moors had, right? Their presence still is a remnant linguistically with Jebel Tariq or Gibraltar and Tarif and the Tarif. Next slide. And when you talk about the Moors, their initial expansion was connected to the original Islamic expansion. And right here, this map shows the timeline of the official traditional telling of the expansion of Islam, starting from 622 with the Prophet Muhammad's campaign and ending in 750 with the Umayyad. And I think it's actually important to make the connection between the Moorish Islamic expansion and foundational Islam, that these Moors were connected to and a part of and represent the initial expansion of Islam and its tradition. And actually the Moors are the ones who maintained the most authentic version of Islam. Next slide. And this is the Great Mosque of Cordova, often considered one of the eminent monuments of the Islamic architecture. It was built during the period of Islam's political expansion under the Umayyad Caliphate. That's very important. When Spain was under Muslim rule from 711 to 1492. The Muslims had taken advantage of a Visigothic church on the site as a starting point for the present mosque. Structure. And when compared to other Islamic structures, the Great Mosque is a unique example of the variety of artistic expression from different time periods. So the fact that this had incorporated the earlier church makes it slightly unique from the later mosques and their construction under the Umayyads and further on. Next slide, please. But with these mosques, we know that the mosques in Islam have a specific direction, right? The Qibla is faced in a specific direction to indicate the direction of prayer. What is interesting about the Moorish Qibla and their significance, this highlights the significance of them being connected to the Umayyad. The Qibla for these Moorish mosques do not point to Mecca. Right, and you see consistently right here. This is from an article written by Dan Gibson, right, and his extensive work on the orientation of the early mosques of Islam. You can see unanimously none of the mosques constructed by the Moors point to Mecca, and in actuality, this fits the model for all of the mosques built within the first 100 plus years of the Umayyad expansion. So the fact that these mosques do not point to Mecca is consistent with all of the other Qibla and mosques constructed by the Umayyads. So they are keeping in this tradition. Next slide, please. And it was actually Dr. Cresswell and Dr. Favale who first noticed that some of the earliest mosques did not point to Mecca. And this internal civil war in Islam is very important. This map right here shows the dividing lines that came about during the Islamic civil war, right? So you have the Umayyad and their territories in red, and the Abbasid or Abbasid Sultanate, which I had crossed out. I'll explain in a minute, in the black, right? And it is these Abbasids who come later where all of these new additions come to Islam that did not exist during the Umayyad period. During the Umayyad period, the Qibla did not point to Mecca. But once the Abbasids take control and they start constructing mosques, then the Abbasid constructed mosques start all pointing to Mecca, right? It is during the Umayyad period that the earliest mushafs of the Quran are printed, like the Sana manuscript, the Ma'il manuscript, the Birmingham manuscript, and a few others. And you can clearly see these are Umayyad period productions, and these are the mushafs, right, the early manuscripts of the Quran that lack the nukdas, the diacritical marks that later, as shown by various scholars, modify the text, right? Like Dr. Ekmeldin Ihsanoglu, who analyzed some of the texts like the Topkapi manuscript and the Tashkent manuscript that are supposed to be Uthmanic. What was discovered by Dr. Ekmeldin Ihsanoglu is that the earliest mushafs of the Quran did not contain these nukdas, and that the early text of the Quran was not set in stone, and it was the addition of these nukdas that allowed for the variety in the text and later changes in the interpretation. So the early Umayyad did not follow these Qurans that have these later nukdas. The Umayyads were not following Islam, and these Umayyads, including the Moors, they did not initially follow an Islam that had the Suratul Rasulullah, right? The life and history of the Prophet. It did not have the Hadith or these sayings of the Prophet. It did not have the tafsir, right? So what we see as traditional Islam actually emerges during the Abbasid Sultanate. But that early Umayyad original expansion, they did not have the Suratul Rasulullah. They did not have the tafsir. They did not have the tahriq, right? So what you see fabricated or as later additions to Islam come out during the Abbasid Sultanate. And when you look at the tradition of Islam as it was practiced by the original spreaders and individuals that brought Islam to the forefront, it is represented by the Umayyads, and that practice was preserved by the Moors in Spain. Next slide. And according to Professor Arnold Toynbee, he has noted that the primitive Arabs, who were the ruling element of the Umayyad Caliphate, called themselves the swarthy people, right? So this source here is telling us that the Umayyads called themselves the swarthy people with a connotation of racial superiority, and their Persian and Turkish subjects, the ruddy people, with a connotation of racial inferiority, right? So these early Umayyads saw themselves as swarthy people, and it seems like they celebrated that swarthiness as a superiority over others who lacked that swarthiness. But it continues on to say, that is to say, they drew the distinction that we draw between blondes and brunettes. So you know, in European society, the saying blondes have more fun, they're biased towards blondes over brunettes. It's being implied that the Umayyads, the Arab Umayyads in this caliphate, had that same connotation. And you can find that in the source, A Study of History, Volume 1, page 226 by Arnold J. Toynbee. Next slide. So in this timeline, we have right here a depiction of William the Orange versus the giant Saracen. And this dates from the 700s and 800s AD. It's from the Chansons de Geste tales. And you can see clearly depicted the Saracen, right, being defeated by William of Orange, and how that quote unquote Saracen is depicted. So no matter how ambiguous they want to make these words and titles associated with the Moors or the Islamic invasion of 711 to 1492, when we see the depictions of these individuals in the artwork, there is a morphology that is consistent, right? So when we talk about who these Moors are, there is a consistency in their depictions. Next slide. And again here, right, we see in the castles defending, we see these Moorish individuals, everyone of a swarthy complexion and swarthy hue. This is straight out of the primary, and we can see they are clearly defending against an invading force. Next slide. So that was the detail of a miniature of Agallant and his Moors defending the castle of Agen or Agen. and Charlemagne wearing the royal arms of France combined with the arms of the Holy Roman Empire, leading his knights at the beginning of chapter 3 of Charlemagne, book 4. There's your source, right? So that depiction was of Charlemagne. He was depicted wearing the gold helmet with the cross on it, and invading that castle defended by Agalant and his Moors. Right? Next slide. So we see a consistency in the morphology of these peoples being called Moors. Back to an introduction of African civilizations. So it says Abd ar-Rahman III, one of the greatest of the Moorish monarchs, reigned for 50 years from 911 to 961, and both stabilized and expanded the territory of his dominions in Europe. And it says, we are informed by the chronicler of the king, the Muslims subdued the country of the Franks beyond the utmost limits reached during the reigns of his predecessors. The Christian nations beyond the Pyrenees extended to him the hand of submission, right? So this is conquest here. They're showing deference to him. And their king sent costly presents to conciliate his favor. So they are paying tribute to this Moorish man as well. Even the kings of Rome, Constantinople, Germany, Slovenia, and other distant parts sent ambassadors asking for peace and suspension of hostilities and offering to agree to any conditions which he should decree. Right. So this clearly demonstrates the power dynamic that was being had here. And from Rome to Constantinople to Germany to Slovenia, right? These peoples were paying tribute to this Moorish king. So this just goes to illustrate the political landscape at this time and the sense of authority that these individuals had. And it actually reminds me of the correspondence between the vassal states of Kemet and the pharaohs, right? So this imperial power, this from spreading their jurisdiction, as you will, to lands beyond the continent of Africa. So I think that's also important and relevant to bring up, because when we talk about the impact that our demographic or the African demographic has had in its relation to Europe, ancient Egypt, aka Kemet, and the Moors often get spoken about in the same conversation with their relationship and contribution to early Europeans. Next slide. So it says Cordova in the 10th century was very much like a modern city, right? The streets were well paved and there were raised sidewalks for the pedestrians. At night, one could walk for miles by the light of lamps, flanked by an uninterrupted extent of buildings. And this was hundreds of years before there was a paved street in Paris or a street lamp in London. Right? So it's making a stark contrast here between the Moorish world and society versus the other European settlements and civilizations that were surrounding it. So the population of the city was over 1 million, and there were 200,000 homes, 800 public schools, many colleges and universities, 10,000 palaces of the wealthy, and besides many royal palaces surrounded by beautiful gardens. So this was opulence, right? And what they're implying here is a sense of scholastics and education that rivals modernity, right? Rivals modern scholastics and education. And in fact, a lot of the European education and scholastics that we have built off of in the modern world, those scholastics were piggybacking and built off of the Moorish education that was being spread. And it says there were 5,000 mills in Cordova at a time when there were not even one in the rest of Europe, right? So the mills facilitated the production of food, which sustained the health and well-being of the people, creating leisure classes and things like that for education to thrive. Right. And so before there was one mill in the rest of Europe, there were 5,000 mills in Cordova alone. This is a stark contrast. So they brought high civilization for a fact into Europe. This contrast, it is not just romanticizing, it is not just centrism when we point out the stark contrast and differences in education, in hygiene, in technology, right? When you talk about the Moorish civilization in Europe and the surrounding European state of being. Next slide. So continuing on in the time of Abd al-Rahman, right, not wishing to risk the presence of hostile regimes in West Africa, invaded that region and annexed considerable territory, which he had to his own extent, which he added to his own extensive realm. And under that scepter of this rule, the Western Caliphate extended from the Pyrenees to the borders of the Sudan. So when they showed the Roman Empire and the Persian Empire and the maps of these different empires to give you this grand scale and sense of conquest and ambition and territorial hegemony, they always leave out how extensive the territories of Kemet was, extending into the Near East and the Mediterranean. But they also leave out how extensive the Moorish Empire was, controlling all the way to the Pyrenees up in the middle of Europe, through North Africa to the Sudan, right? So there's a bias in the representations of the accomplishments, and I think it's important to point these things out. Right? And it said, and the dual government, right, with courts in both Spain and Morocco became known as the Empire of the Two Shores, right? So it was because they had these courts in Europe and in Africa that the Moorish Empire was known as the Empire of the Two Shores. Now, this title right here gets misused, right, by some who romanticize or, rightfully look into the Moorish history and take inspiration from it. But we get a little rambunctious with statements that the Empire of the Two Shores indicates their dominance in Europe and in the Americas, right? So some of our brothers of the Moorish Science Temple do use this title to make the claim that the Moors are referring to European and American territories, and they actually completely exclude Africa. And some go as far as to say that the Moors are of European and Aboriginal American heritage and descent, and use that to exclude Africa, which I think does a great disservice to the Moors and the ancestors. Next slide. And moving along in the timeline, in the year 1048, the Emir Yahya of Morocco visited Mecca. Here he met a religious reformer, Ibn Yasin, who he persuaded to return home with him to teach his doctrine to the Moors. Ibn Yasin, with a few followers, set his headquarters on an island in the Senegal River in West Africa. So this individual comes from Mecca and he sets up his headquarters in West Africa. The new movement proved to be popular, and the leaders named his disciples Morabites, champions of the faith, right? Which in time was changed to Al-Morabites, right? Or as we pronounce Almorabids. So these peoples are Morabites. I think some researchers use this reality and pronunciation to make a connection to the Moabites of the Old Testament. And I think the fact that there's an R there, this Morabites, I think is a clear indication that the Emir Yahya and Ibn Yasin were hearkening to the Moros, Mauritania type of etymology. And its relation to Moabite, I feel like, is coincidental here. So I wanted to highlight this to point out, yes, right, the term Morabites was used, and it is where we get the term Almorabides from. But I do cast serious doubt on the relationship between the Morabites and the Moabites. I would not support that connection. Next slide. So this here is a document of the Order of Santiago, which was a military order originating in the 12th century of the Common Era. That's the 1100s AD in the Kingdom of Leon. Its main objective was to fight the Moors, meaning its territorial, political, and economic growth was closely tied to the conquest of the Iberian Peninsula. So even before the expulsion of the Moors in 1492, right here in the 1100s AD, aka the 12th century, we can see official edicts and military orders being formed against the Moors, right? And it says one of the order's key figures was Henry of Aragon, son of Ferdinand I of Aragon. At 9 years old, he was pronounced Grand Master, the order's highest authority, and held this position until he died, right? So such was the movement against the Moors and hostilities against the Moors that a child of the mere age of 9, right, and instilling in this child, right, on what his mission is and what he is to grow into for the rest of his life, this hostility and holding this position as Grand Master of an order, right, devoted to the expulsion and conquest of the Iberian Peninsula and the Moors. Next slide, please. So here, right here is a piece of artwork, a primary, Renaud de Montauban defeating a Moor, right, at Algramont, France, from a work called The Four Sons of Aymon. And this is also in the 1100s AD, putting this in the 12th century as well, correlating with the hostilities represented from the Order of Santiago that we just talked about. Right, so we can see in their motifs as well this hostility being represented. I mean, we even saw it in the painting that I showed with William of Orange versus the Saracen. Even the very next thing that I showed of Charlemagne, right, attacking the castle that was defended by Agalant and his Moors. So continuing on with these motifs, right, they are putting out this propaganda, these motifs of their opposition and hostility towards these Moors. And we can see again here for the third time the morphology associated with this Moorish individual as opposed to the man showing hostility towards him. And I think this is important to keep in line and remembrance with the context of the tale of King Arthur, right, that I had mentioned in part 1 of this presentation titled Ancient and Modern Britons, and how the story of King Arthur often featured black giants in black forts that the Arthurian heroes, right, Arthur and his heroes had to fight up against. So from the legends of King Arthur all the way through these paintings that I've showed, we can see the motifs and these individuals using the power of propaganda and media to enforce this hostility and sense of adversarial relationship between the Moors and the rest of the European population. Next slide. So moving on to a work called Secrecy and Deceit, The Religion of the Crypto Jews by David M. Gitlitz. And it wasn't just Muslims who faced persecution, right? We can see here the timeline given starts with 1306, Jews expelled from France. So this was before the 1492 expulsion. All the way in 1306, Jews are being expelled from France. So hostilities are beginning already, and even before this time period. So the Aragonese Inquisition, it persecutes these people in Aragon. Moving forward, you have sporadic anti-Jewish riots, all in the 14th century. That's still the 1300s, primarily economic, right? Abstaining from engaging in economic practices with Jews, slight vandalism. Then in 1378, Archdeacon Ferran Martinez, he preaches against the Jews in Seville, right? So he's one of these outspoken preachers, just standing outside, getting followers, galvanizing the people against the Jewish presence in Seville, right? And he overrules the king. He petitions to the king because kings did not always show hostility towards Jews because Jews brought money into the kingdom. So the king was at first, apprehensive, but the king later acquiesces to Ferrand Martinez, and also petitions to the Pope to instill further and harsher penalties onto the Jews. Then in 1391, major attacks happen and massive forced conversions happen in 1391, where this is where you get the creation of a lot of these crypto Jews or secret Jews. But that time period of 1306, the very first date given, the early 1300s, right at the beginning of the 1300s, I want us to keep that date in mind, and specifically with its relation to the expelling of the Jews from France. Next slide, please. And moving on to the work Hybrid Hate, Conflations of Anti-Semitism and Anti-Black Racism from the Renaissance to the Third Reich by Tudor Parfit. It says, anti-Black racism and anti-Semitism are not merely similar, but have been in constant moving dialogue for centuries. In medieval Europe and in the early modern periods, the demonization of Jews and Blacks ran in parallel, right? Recent works which look at the margins of prayer books in the 12th, 13th, 14th century, and you see images of Jews in the illustrations in the margins of the Christian prayer books in England and France and Germany and so on. And it's very interesting that in these marginalia, in these little illustrations, the Jews don't look anything at all like the other Europeans. Very often they're Black. Repeating again, very often they're Black. The Jews don't look anything at all like the other Europeans. Very often they're Black. By the way, you know, so this Black thing started a very long time ago. Right, and on the cover of that book, you can see an illustration of the Jews meant to be depicted in the marginalia, and you can see two Black Jews clearly depicted in the illustration, the cover art for that book there. So when I was talking about the expulsion of the Jews on the previous slide, one might be asked, well, God Energy, if we're talking about Black Europeans, if we're talking about the Moors, why are you mentioning Jews? Because just that was stated here by Tudor Parfit, very often they are Black when they are depicted, the Jewish population. So it wasn't just Black Muslims that were being persecuted. It wasn't just Black Muslims that was in Spain and Portugal, right? There were Jewish individuals there that were Black as well. There were Jewish individuals there that were facing persecution and facing the Inquisition as well. Next slide. So these people make up part of the population of quote unquote Black Europeans, right? So you can see that the Christians, when trying to demonize the Jews in the marginalia of their prayer books, right, they are depicting them as Black people. But in the Christian world, when the Christian world is trying to lay an ethnic claim to the Judeo-Christian faith, right, in this anachronistic work right here, it's called Moses Defeating the Moors, right? This is a story from a Bavarian world chronicle dating from 1400 to 1410. So in the Christian world, they are depicting the ancient Hebrews, right, as a contemporary, as an Indo-European population against the Moors. So when the European Christian population wants to make a depiction against the Moors, right, the ancestral Hebrews, they have no problem making Moses and the ancestral Hebrews look Indo-European, right? But in their contemporary works, the marginalia, right, when they want to politically demonize the Jews of their time, they portray those Jews as black-skinned, as some sort of insult. So I think it's interesting, the duality that is shown there. Next slide. That duality in their attempts to otherize. So here's a excerpt from the book African Europeans by Olivet Otele. And otherness and othering played a role in delineating geographical spaces. The regions known as the Latin West, which included Northwest Africa, Gallia, and Italia, comprised several Muslim societies. Yet, by the 11th century, these societies had been grouped into entities that obscured their diversity of beliefs and social practices. So they were generalizing, they were stereotyping peoples that were slightly diverse and nuanced, and they were generalizing them under umbrella terms. So Geraldine Hang notes that although names such as Agarenes or Hagarenes, Ishmaelites, Moors, and Saracens were used to refer to Arabs, Christian Arabs were not defined in the same way, right? So they're giving the nuances here to the othering, right? The otherness that happens. If you are a Hagarene, an Ishmaelite, a Moor, a Saracen, it seems like these are terms associated with the Umayyad expansion. It seems like these are terms associated with Islam. And furthering that point and speaking to that point, the Christian Arabs were not otherized in that same way. Is that to say that Christian Arabs were not otherized in other ways? The source didn't say that, but Christian Arabs were not otherized in the same way that non-Christian Arabs were. Next slide. But the otherizing and othering didn't just go one way. And I feel like that's the great significance of this work here called The Wild Man and the Moors, right? Often presented the wild man versus the Moors, dating from around 1440 of the Common Era. And we can see here the Moors are the individuals with the bows and arrows, right? They are defending a castle that is depicted there. You have three support or sentry units next to the two figures with bow and arrows that are standing outside the castle. And if you look, you can see a very melanated family, the king and queen, in the castle that are being protected by their archers outside. And all the way to the left of the screen, we have these individuals called, quote unquote, the wild man, right? And in the rest of the tapestry, you can see the quote unquote wild man emerging from the woods, the forest, trees. And if you can zoom in or get a clearer copy when you look this up, the individuals known as the wild men are carrying sticks and stones quite literally. And just from my familiarity with this art history, the designs and squiggly lines that we see on the quote unquote wild men is meant to depict hair or excessive hairiness, them being covered completely by hair, right? So just as the Moors were otherized and just as the Jews were otherized, it can seem here that Indo-Europeans were otherized as well, in contrast with these individuals, the Moors, right? The Moors representing technology. They have bows and arrows. They are coming from a sophisticated society, defending a castle that has a king and queen, showing social hierarchy, as opposed to the quote unquote wild men emerging from the woods with sticks and stones. So this othering and otherizing was mutual between the different populations in Europe. Next slide. And moving on in the timeline, this is from The Jews of Spain and Portugal and the Inquisition by Frederick David Mocada. And it says, unfortunately, at the time of the expulsion, the plague was raging in Castile. And this expulsion is happening in 1492. They are referencing this time period. And the fugitives brought with them the disease, propagating it wherever they went, and not uninstantly causing their advent to be viewed with loathing and horror. The circumstances induced King John to hasten their departure from Portugal, for which purpose ships were duly provided according to the agreement. But such was the temper of the captain and sailors that they subjected the Jews to the hardest possible conditions. They plundered them of their goods and valuables, even to their very clothes, and landed them naked and bare of everything on the barren points of the African coast. So this is talking about Jews being exiled from Spain, left barren on the African coast, leaving them to die of starvation or to be sold into slavery to the Moors. Nor was this all. The king wrested from their parents all children between the ages of 3 and 10 of those Jewish immigrants who, from poverty or otherwise, had omitted to pay the capitation tax upon entering or who were forced to remain in Portugal, and had them transported to the newly discovered islands of St. Thomas, which there swarmed with alligators and other beasts of prey. So we have these Jews being expelled from Spain. And again, in previous slides, these Jews, as the source said, were often black. Then these often black Jews were exiled from Spain onto the coast of Africa, right? Not only that, children were separated from their parents and isolated and sent to a newly discovered island. So when you hear the Hebrew Israelites talking about Jews in West Africa and West African Jews being taken, we do see here, right, that Portuguese Jews who were often black were exiled to the western coast of Africa. Just so happens that is the territory where a lot of slaves were taken in the transatlantic slave trade. So could some of those West African slaves have this Portuguese Jewish ancestry? The source would imply so, but it's not definitive. Next slide, please. But we're going to revisit this population later on. So in the work When Scotland Was Jewish, by Elizabeth Hirschman and Donald Yates, it goes on and says, while seemingly reasonable, the solution will not work in the case of the crypto-Jews. Though a term normally reserved for Jewish Iberian exiles, the same population that we've been talking about after the progress of 1391, and especially after the Edict of Expulsion in 1492, it can also be applied to ancestrally Jewish Scots, ancestrally Jewish Germans, ancestrally Jewish Melungeons, and in fact to any ancestrally Jewish person whose forebearers feared identification or detection and chose to hide their true identity and practice that religion in secret for up to 600 years. Crypto Jews had to survive without rabbis, yeshivas, turrets, and synagogues, isolated from openly Jewish communities in Eastern Europe. Islam and the Mediterranean, and subject to a kind of double hostility from the surrounding societies. And the religious status of these Moranos, right, or converso anisim, the forced ones, and new Christians challenge some of the best rabbinical minds of the day. So these crypto Jews were known as Moranos. They were also known as converso anisim, the forced ones, or those forced to convert. They were also known as new Christians, right? Because a lot of them were newly becoming Christian, and they filled the ranks of new Christian movements that were popping up, like the Protestants, like Calvinists. But more on this Morano population. Next slide. So this is from an article in CNN. Was Columbus secretly a Jew? Right? And remember, these Jews, as the source said, were often black. The Jews who were forced to renounce Judaism and embrace Catholicism, right? These conversos, these new Christians, were known as conversos or converts. There were also those who feigned conversion, practicing Catholicism outwardly while covertly practicing Judaism, the so-called Moranos or swine. Tens of thousands of Moranos were tortured by the Spanish Inquisition. They were pressured to offer names of friends and family members, right, who were ultimately paraded in front of crowds, tied to stakes, and burnt alive. Their land and personal possessions were then divvied up by the church and crown. And this is going to continue to be a practice with these misplaced different Moranos and Moors and Moriscos, as we'll see. Next slide. Recently, a number of Spanish scholars, such as Jose Erugo, Celso Garcia de la Regia, Otero Sanchez, and Nicolas Diaz Perez have concluded that Columbus was a Marrano, whose survival depended upon the suppression of all evidence of his Jewish background in the face of the brutal systemic ethnic cleansing. And some of the pieces of evidence they use is that even though he was said to be Italian, his Italian was atrocious, right? The way he spoke it, the way he wrote it, and actually he wrote fluently in Spanish, in Portuguese. His Greek was better, and his Hebrew was better. Right, all of these things, and when you look at the culture of Iberian Jews, the Spanish language, Portuguese language, Greek language, and Hebrew, again, right, Columbus knew Hebrew. These are the languages that an educated Jewish individual would be interfacing with. Us knowing that the LXX, the Septuagint, was written in Greek, right? So there's so much evidence that shows his connection to the Marrano population, specifically of Portugal. And Portugal actually features a statue calling Columbus his son, because it is more well known in the Iberian Peninsula of Columbus's heritage being of their land. One, before I move on to the next paragraph, that this would explain why Columbus, when coming to the Americas, named place names in the Americas after places in Portugal, like Cuba, for existence. And the last paragraph says, Columbus's voyage was not, as is commonly believed, funded by the deep pockets of Queen Isabella, but rather by two Jewish conversos and another prominent Jew. So Luis de Santangel and Gabriel Sanchez advanced an interest-free loan of 17,000 ducats. They was paying them ducats, right, from their own pockets to help pay for the voyage, as did Don Isaac Abrabano, rabbi and Jewish statesman. So we have all of this evidence of Columbus being a Marrano crypto Jew. Then the voyage itself was funded by Marrano crypto Jews. Then the timing of this voyage, why was it so urgent that Columbus sail off for new lands, right? The context, the Jews and Moors were being expelled. So there was a large population of Europeans that needed a new home. Right. So when they talk about, and we can remember this from social studies class, they told us that America was founded partly for individuals facing religious persecution in Europe. Well, when you look at the time period, who were the individuals facing religious persecution in Europe at that time in 1492 when Columbus sailed the ocean blue? It was Jews and Moors, right? It was Jews and Muslims under this title Moors. So it seems safe to say when they say that America was founded for people facing religious persecution in Europe, a good way to translate that, the evidence suggests, is that America was founded for Muslims and Jews facing persecution in Europe, which would explain why Columbus's voyage was funded by Jews who were facing persecution in Europe. So this is starting to make a lot of sense now. And given the current political landscape, with this being the origin of America's founding for a specific group of peoples, it seems like the current political landscape is the natural progression of that. And I think we all know what I'm talking about. Next slide here. Or next slide, please. So it says parts of Moorish Spain, and this is a clip from the work Spanish Princess, which takes place during this time period, dealing with the Moors in Spain and their relation to the European nobility. It says parts of Moorish Spain held out until the late 1500s, but Granada was the last Islamic stronghold in Spain. However, the collapse of the Moorish Empire did not occur overnight, as it may seem. It took centuries, and the wars were fought on many fronts by such renowned leaders as King Alfonso and his valiant warrior El Cid. Following the reconquest of the Catholics, an uneasy truce was observed, during which the remaining Moors of Portugal, and Spain converted to Catholicism, adopted Spanish names, kept low profiles, and like most Moors, generally practiced Islam and spoke Berber or Arabic in the homes. So this is talking about that crypto community of crypto Muslims and crypto Jews, these quote unquote new Christians that are forced to convert. So this forced conversion always comes hand in hand. So next slide, please. So this show, actually, The Spanish Princess, does a great job depicting the Moors in Spain, their plight. It does get into the racial component. It does get into the Inquisition and persecution. But there's a character in there, Cardinal Wolsey, who is the prime minister to King Henry, pictured there in the crown. This cardinal has these memoirs here that I'm going to reference, the history of the life and times of Cardinal Wolsey, who is circled there in the picture, Prime Minister of King Henry VIII. Right, so this is a primary document here. This is a report by Wolsey himself. Next slide, please. And we're going to get his statement on the Duke of Milan, Ludovico. Right, so it says Ludovic was immediately carried into France and imprisoned in the castle of Laux, where he died about the year 1510. The taking of him gave rise to this proverb in France. It says, "Il a it Paris comme le more." He was taken as the Moor, a nickname given him from the blackness of his complexion. Right? So penned from the hand of Cardinal Wolsey, right, is him giving this description of the Duke of Milan, right, whose nickname, the nickname, he was taken as a Moor, right? The nickname was given to him for the blackness of his complexion, not the blackness of his character, right? Not the blackness of his demeanor. It was the blackness of his complexion. Right, and Ludovico was imprisoned because he had usurped the title of Duke from his nephew, whom he, I believe, killed. Right, so this was the backstory of why Ludovico was imprisoned in the first place. But I think it's important to note, right, these firsthand citations and descriptions of contemporaries and how they saw these individuals and why the term Moor was applied to certain individuals. Next slide. And again, from the work When Scotland Was Jewish, and it says seven famous Scotsmen are pictured here, right? Presbyter and reformer John Knox, scholar George Buchanan, Marquis of Angiel, Archibald Campbell, the Earl of Ancren, Robert Kerr, and that name Kerr from the last presentation we know is associated with melanated individuals, the term care, Kerr, Carr, along with Dub, Dunn, Duff. We have poet Alan Ramsey, we have James Kriege, and the physician William Gordon. Right, as courtesy, inspection will affirm none of these prominent Scotsmen looks typically Scottish. In fact, they appear rather dark. They appear rather dark and Semitic. Yet here they are Scottish aristocrats. Right. So what this work is pointing out is the fact that amongst the Scottish peoples, you have this presence of Jewish peoples, but also you have this darkness associated with them and this deviation from Indo-European features when he says they look rather Semitic. So amongst this Scottish population, you have dark Semitic looking Jewish practicing individuals, right? So this gives a little bit of context to the statement of when Scotland was Jewish. And I think the Hebrew Israelites, their ears should perk up hearing this and take a little bit of note to what the nuances here with this dark-skinned Scottish Jewish presence. Next slide. And it says the evidence presented does not suggest some ancient Jewish visitation based on lost tribes theory. So they are not saying that there was some ancient Jewish lost tribes that meandered their way into Europe, right? In other words, that a Jewish tribe dispersed from Judea, Palestine in antiquity and somehow ventured its way to Scotland, morphing over time into a population of Gaelic warriors. No, that's not what the source is saying. What their argument is grounded upon documented historical migrations into Scotland from various European countries, primarily France. And I want us to pay attention to how many times France is coming into play. The title of this is The Moors of Spain, right? But the surprise here is how integral France is in this conversation. So it continues on, primarily France, the Low Countries, Hungary, and Germany. So the migrants we propose were persons of Jewish ethnicity whose descendants now comprise the majority of the present population of Scotland, right? So they're not talking about a lost tribe's ancient Hebrew Israelite Jewish presence. They're not talking about some ancestral Jewish lineage where these Danites and Gadites moved into Scotland and get swept up into the Gaelic and Celtic culture. No, they're talking more about medieval migrations and movements of people, and these movements are correlated with the political hostilities that I've been describing this whole time, right? So the presence of these dark-skinned Semitic type Jewish peoples in Scotland does correlate with the hostilities shown in France and Spain. Like the source here says, these Jewish individuals are primarily from France. Well, we talked about how there was all of this hostility towards Jews in France. So the evidence is now starting to correlate and pile up. Next slide, please. And continuing on from the section Forgotten Monarchy of Scotland, Prince Michael Stuart. The author of the Scottish history is His Royal Highness Prince Michael Stuart of Albany, head of the Scottish Royal House of Stuarts, descendant of the, quote, Stuart pretenders. And the word pretender did not originally have a pejorative meaning, right? So they're not talking about them in a negative way. But skipping all the way down to the last sentence of that first paragraph, it says, why is the current heir of the Stuart dynasty of Scotland also head of the Glasgow University Jewish Student Association? Because he is of Jewish ancestry. So when they talk about His Royal Highness Prince Michael Stuart, who was the head of the Scottish Stuart Royal House, that individual was also, right? He was also head of the Glasgow University Jewish Student Association, right? So do we have evidence of a Stuart monarch, a Stuart royal, the Stuart aristocracy engaging in the Jewish community, right? Associating themselves with the ethnic Jewish community? Yes. And partaking in the establishment, the Jewish intellectual establishment of Scotland, being head of the Glasgow Jewish University. So I think that's important. I think that is an admission of the Scottish aristocracy proclaiming, yes, we are Jewish. And it goes even further. His Royal Highness Michael Stuart put these circumstances in a rather straightforward manner in his narrative that the Stuart family's maternal line in France was descended from the tribe of Judah, right? So the Stuart royal family also doubles down on this Jewishness, not only by their unabashed involvement in the Glasgow Jewish University, but also then proclaiming Jewish ancestry, right? He believes his family is of Davidic ancestry, this source goes on to say. So I think here is an admission also by the Scottish aristocracy to be connected to this Jewish lineage. Again, like the source, like one of my first sources says, was often Black. then, like one of the first slides pertaining to this work says that these Jews were rather dark and Semitic looking. So I think we're being given a description of the morphological type associated with these Scottish Jews. Next slide here. Right, and to spare us from all this reading, I'm going to summarize where it says His Royal Highness Michael Stuart puts the circumstances in a rather significant, straightforward manner in his writing that the Stuart family's maternal line in France, right? So that's a repeat from before, but accompanying Maud to Scotland, we're skipping down to the next section, and it picks up about this individual, right? Scotland was host to the Boulogne kinsmen, where the Flemings, right? So these people were Flemings. They are French. And it says here that the Stuart also state that the Flemish ancestry characterized the Scottish families, right, of Abernathy. This text is actually a little hard for me to read, but to summarize, this slide is pointing out how these last names that are typically associated with Scottish surnames are actually Flemish, French surnames, right? The Flemings, they are French. They are French ethnicity. So the sources pointing out the Jewish association with the Scottish aristocracy, but then pointing out that these people are coming from France. So these are Jews coming from France, which is why in the slide earlier I pointed out that expulsion in the early 1300s was so important. This mass movement of peoples from France. So that earlier source pointed out that we had this mass movement from France, and these sources here give us a clear depiction of where those individuals ended up. So you see this influx of migrants into Scotland coming from France. Next slide. Right, and one of those groups is the Douglases, and we talked about the Black Douglases at length in part 1 of this presentation, Black Europeans, Ancient and Modern Britons, right? The Black Douglases were the centerpiece of the second half of that presentation, and the source here says this noble Scots family first appeared in Britain around 1300. So this is why I said keep that date of the early 1300 in mind. Right, when it spoke about that expulsion of Jews from France in 1300. So coincidentally, these Black Douglases from France show up in Scotland in the early 1300s, right? So between the two sources, we get this clear narrative of often Black Jews, often Jews who were often Black, being expelled from France in the early 1300s. Then this source talking about the arrival of dark-skinned Semitic French Jews in Scotland in the early 1300s. Next slide. And so this is a primary here, right? So this is from the work, The History of the House and Race of Douglas and Angus, right? So if I'm talking about morphological types and things like that, we have a primary here that is also getting into the history of the house and race of Douglas and Angus. And I think just for the fact that this document is dealing with the race of the Douglases and Anguses, being able to single out two tribes to figure out what their race is, I think it speaks to the multi-ethnic nature of the Scottish peoples and clans at that time. So the very fact that David Hume, the author of this work, even is speaking about the race of two Scottish clans, this implies that the Scottish clans were not have homogeneity, right? It was not a homogeneous group, right? You had different ethnic groups in Scotland. So I think even the fact that this work is dealing with race confirms the information that was brought in the last slides and the last piece that I had. And it says, now as in these respects, it is somewhat to be pondered. So is this use to be made of it that we despise no enemy, however inferior, and to eschew too much confidence and presumption in whatsoever advantage? The screen went black, brother. Oh, thank you, thank you. Advantage which hath been the ruin and loss of many worthy men. He is said to have been of a black and swart complexion, and to have lisped somewhat in his speech. And what the individual that's being spoken about here is James Stewart, known as the Black Douglas. James Stewart being the ancestor of King James Stewart, who wrote the Bible. And it was this James Stewart here who was described as black and swarthy complexion that I mentioned in part 1 of this presentation, who led the Black Douglases, one of the 3 black divisions. So this is the primary here, where King James, who wrote the Bible, his ancestor was described as black. Whether or not we believe that King James of 1611 was black, and if he maintained his blackness and swarthiness at the time of his existence, he is descended from a black or swarthy individual who happens to be his namesake, James Stewart, of the time of the Scottish War of Independence with Robert the Bruce. Next slide. So right here we have the Chafariz del Rey, right? Also known as the King's Fountain, dating from 1570 to 1580. And this is a depiction from the Iberian Peninsula, just giving us a indication or a visual of the demographics and the various morphological types that existed in the Iberian Peninsula, where these Jews and Muslims, these Moors, would be getting expelled from. This is the community of Jews that Christopher Columbus comes from, right? When you talk about Marranos, when you talk about crypto Jews, crypto Moors, crypto Muslims, conversos, new Christians, right? It is this demographic and population that would have made up these individuals, their morphological type in the Iberian Peninsula. And all the way up to 1570, right? We can see the morphological type of these individuals being depicted in Europe. Next slide. So continuing on in the timeline, right, we have the work of Othello, the tragedy of Othello the Moor of Venice, right? And the modern remake of that was O with Mekhi Phifer. So the tragedy of Othello, the Moor of Venice, often shortened to Othello, right, is a tragedy written by William Shakespeare around 1603, set in Venice and Cyprus, right? The play depicts the Moorish military commander Othello as he is manipulated by his ensign Iago, right, into suspecting his wife Desdemona of infidelity. Othello is widely considered one of Shakespeare's greatest works and is usually classified among his major tragedies, alongside Macbeth, King Lear, and Hamlet. Right. So again, I also want to point out here that this narrative, right, that they put out of this adversarial type. You see Iago, he plays Othello. Iago would be of the Indo-European population of Europeans, whereas Othello represents, we know, these Moors, these melanated Europeans, these black Europeans, these swarthy Europeans. And as consistent with most of the art history that I've depicted here, you see their media being used as propaganda to galvanize the Indo-European populations and show hostilities towards these Moors. So I do think it's important to point out this continuity, this consistency of media and propaganda of Indo-Europeans showing hostility towards Moors. History, if it does not repeat, it often rhymes, right? So as I'm making these connections, as I'm stating these things, I hope we are making parallels and analyzing the world around us to see how similar and dissimilar our plight and situation is compared to these Moors. Both of our populations being suppressed or having hostilities towards us from the Indo-European population. And right? Again, here, this interracial relationship happens to be the downfall of this Black individual. Next slide, please. And back to an introduction to African civilizations, right? The Almoravides had established a Spanish court at Seville. The Almohads set up an African court in the city of Morocco. Skipping down, both dynasties had two courts, one in Africa and one in Spain, right? Hence this empire of the two shores motif. Thus, whatever was the prosperity or greatness of one part of their empire, it was shared by the other. And pardon me, and under the Almohads, there was a shifting towards the African center. So however non-Black or non-African or disconnected or delineated from Africa we want to make the Moors, we see that this Almohads, right, their deference shifted towards the African center. The Almoravides, right, started off as a movement out of Senegal. So whether you're talking about the original Umayyad expansion, the Umayyads who celebrated their swarthiness, or when you talk about the Almoravides, their origin being in Senegal in West Africa, or you talk about the Almohads with their center shifting towards the African center, we can see the pivotal and central role that Africa in general played through the various dynasties of the Moorish occupation. And the source for that is a Tropical Dependency, page 60 by Lady Ludgard. Continuing on, it says the Moors lingered in Spain for a little more than a century, but by 1610, right, through expulsion and migration, 1 million among them, many Jews, right, had returned to northern and western Africa. So again, the source here points out that amongst these Moors, right, those that we assume to be Muslims, were many Jews. Not only that, right, these peoples had returned into northern and western Africa. So again, here we have Jews in West Africa. Right. So when the Hebrew Israelites say that those individuals taken on the Middle Passage, some of them were Hebrews, right? There may be truth to some Jewish ancestry in those peoples, not maybe ancestral Hebrews descended from Moses or any 12 tribes, but where there's smoke, there's fire. So maybe our Hebrew Israelite brothers are making this claim because there is tangible evidence, right? Factual evidence to Jews, Portuguese and Spanish Iberian Jews being brought to Africa, and then some people from those populations making it on to slave ships. Next slide, please. And hearkening back to those Jews that were expelled in 1492, whose possessions were taken from them and they were left barren and naked, right, in remote parts of Africa, whose children were separated from them. Here's an update on that population of individuals. So it says in the 17th century, right, this is the 1600s, a Black Jewish community existed in the Luango coast in the kingdom of Luango in what is now Gabon in the Republic of the Congo. So there was a Black Jewish community in the Republic of the Congo, right? And the Cabinda province of Angola. This community was first mentioned in 1777, and a more thorough description was provided by the scientific works which were produced by the German Luango expedition of 1873 to 76. This community had no links with Jewish communities elsewhere and has now dispersed. According to Tudor Parfit, source we used earlier, these communities were of considerable interest to the race scientists during the period of the European Enlightenment. The Jewish community in the region may have been of Iberian Sephardi origin. Some European maps from the 17th century designate the Luango coastline as the Gulf of the Jews, Golfo dos Judeus, or Golfos dos Judeos. right? So when you see some of the brothers, the Hebrew Israelite brothers, bring up these maps and go, look, you could see Judah on this old African map, right? We're not digging into the nuances that these Jews would have been of Iberian Sephardi origin, right? These are not indigenous Hebrew Israelites from the time of the 12 tribes, from the time of King David, who went into Africa, or that Israel was in Africa or Judah was in Africa. No, right? These would have been Iberian Sephardis. These would have been people descended from Jewish individuals kicked out of Spain and Portugal. Next slide, please. And this is a document, right, that relates to the prolonged pressure exerted on the Muhajir or Mudijar population living in Alpujarras, right, which began almost immediately after the city was captured. This resulted in the population gradually fleeing until the Morisco Muslims, who had been forcibly converted to Catholicism, were permanently expelled in 1609. Right, so this is keeping in the same tradition where the Jewish peoples that were expelled, had their things confiscated, had their lands confiscated, had their clothes confiscated. That's why the Jews who landed in Africa were naked and barren, as the source described. Well, this source right here documents the same pattern when you subjugate and expel these Moriscos and Maranos, where their holdings, their property is being confiscated. This document records the sale that Joanna of Castile made to Luis Zapata of lands abandoned by the inhabitants, right? Bunol, Guajarat, Gualchos, and Xolucar, Ubrit, and Alfaz. It is signed by Ferdinand II of Aragon in her name, and also authorizes the construction of a castle in Albunal, which became Zapata's entailed estate. Right, so this is talking about the transfer of property, the same way that during the Holocaust, the Jewish peoples had their things confiscated, the gold caps out of their teeth. Right, your property gets taken from you. That's why when the colonists came into Africa, you know what I mean, they had the book and the people had the land, and when the people closed their eyes and opened them, the people had the book and the Europeans had the land. Right, your things are taken from you. So this is a document that documents the transfer of that material wealth from the Moriscos to the Catholic Spaniards. Next slide, please. So this is from the Moriscos who stayed behind or returned post 1609, after 1609. So this is a very pivotal and important part. After the 1492 expansion, 1609, and this time period around it is also very important to the story of these peoples. So this is the Moriscos who stayed behind or returned by James B. Twiller. And it says, on August 11th, 1615, fully a year after Philip III had officially declared a successful end to the Morisco expulsion, the Council of State received a letter from the Count of Salazar. He wrote that so many Moriscos have returned to Murcia, Andalusia, and Old Castile that it seems as if the expulsion never took place. So a lot of people came back. In this paper, I will not explore Salazar's reasons for exaggerating the returns. The vast majority of the Moriscos left between 1609 and 1614. The small numbers that obtained exemptions, secretly stayed, or quietly returned could no longer be Moriscos, a group which had not been easy to define before or during the expulsion. After generations of conversions, they were accepted as the old Christians they had become. They hid and presumably lost any vestiges of Islam. Neighbors and friends would not have mentioned their ancestry openly, so they were hiding this. The Moriscos that remained cut themselves off from a Muslim past and assimilated into a Christian identity. Right? So for the means of survival, they had to cut themselves off, right? They had to quote unquote whitewash themselves, remove themselves from their culture, just from a sense of survival, from the social pressures, right? And where they would not have denied their heritage and ancestry due to social pressures, they assimilated. They cut themselves off from their Muslim past, from their Muslim ancestry, but also from the ethnicity that was associated with that Muslim past, with that Muslim ancestry, right? Because when your skin color is associated with your culture, when your skin color is associated with that, when you try to shed the vestiges of that, it is not long before you shed the last vestige, which is your skin color. So this assimilation also comes with this genetic introgression. Next slide, please. And introgression means importing, introducing, right? So they are introducing foreign genes or Indo-European genes for the means of assimilation. The next source is the expulsion of the Moriscos from Spain, a Mediterranean diaspora, edited by Mercedes Arenal and Gerard Wiegers. So it says, there may have been some conversions, we do not know how many, but we can guess from the reaction of Protestant religious authorities that they did not believe Morisco conversions to be sincere. So there was suspicion about their assimilation, right? So Cardillac offers these examples of the Synod of Viteri in 1617, 44, right, which resolved to take measures against against abuses by the Moriscos and to control them better. So it says, all churches are warned to pay close attention to Moriscos expelled from Spain, right? So not only was there all this media and propaganda to show hostility towards them, even when the Moriscos converted, even when they assimilated, even when they tried to bow down, right? There was still a suspicion. There was still a statement of keep your eye on them, right? As if they wanted to prevent the rise of a Black Messiah Morisco. Right. So it says all churches are warned to pay close attention to the Moors expelled from Spain, who move from church to church so that they may not receive them too lightly and may vouch for them only after a close examination of their lives and beliefs. And those who have already been received and have joined a church should also be examined with care, right? Both as to their level of instruction and especially as to their conduct. And when anyone witnesses in their favor, he should mention their baptism and the number of their children, specifying also if the latter have been baptized and at what ages. And such certificates should mention by what sign one may know that these are the same persons. So in spite of everything, at the present state of research, right, Cardillac's conclusion remains valid that the conversion of Moriscos to Protestantism was no more than a secondary phenomenon among the events of their expulsion. So these peoples did not want to do this. It was a secondary phenomenon. And again, these crypto Moors, these Moriscos, right, they were part of this Protestant population of new Christians. And when you look into the foundation of America, the colonizing of America, these European Protestants are filling the ranks of the early colonists, right? So you can see where we are decoding the verbiage and ambiguity surrounding the story involved with the colonizing and founding of America. So we know that these individuals who were facing religious persecution that needed to seek refuge in the Americas were these Muslims and Jews. When you hear about early colonial history and you're talking about these Protestants and the Protestant Reformation and the early colonists being Protestants, We know that the ranks of these Protestant churches were filled with these Moriscos, these crypto Moors, and these Maranos and Jews who, like my earlier sources said, Jews who were often black. Next slide, please. And this is from the work Medieval. This one is a little tough for me to read because of the font. But this is basically talking about the silk industry, right? So it's medieval something in the Mediterranean in the early making. Forgive me, y'all. But what this is talking about is the importance of the silk industry amongst the Moors, specifically in Spain, in Seville, in Cordova, right? And how the Moors had advanced this silk industry. Next slide, please. And how it was the Moors that were responsible for spreading this silk industry across the Mediterranean. Right there is an example of the finery that is the Moorish silk. So there's a primary right there. My apologies for the quality of the font. Next slide. So this is from Isan Butt, PhD, and it says world famous silk textile technology of Al-Andalus reaches Britain through Huguenots, right? So the last two slides were establishing the association of silk with the Moors, of silk with the Muslim Moors in Al-Andalusia in Spain, right? Because we're moving forward and talking about who carried this silk industry and why they would be the harbingers of this Andalusian silk industry. So it says, Al-Andalus became a center of silk production, including both import of silk thread and cultivation of silk worms, right? So they're taking the raw material and creating the finished product in Spain. Styles and technologies from Eastern Muslim lands kept pace with Andalusian fashion at the court and among the wealthy. Silk textiles became important articles of the export trade. Andalusian silks at first had similar design motifs like those of Persian, Byzantine, and Mesopotamian origin. Andalusian weavers also copied styles popular in Baghdad, right? Continuing on, the Huguenot influence on English silk weaving. As I mentioned last week, London's small silk weaving industry was based in spatial fields in the East End. In its infancy, it employed mostly Irish weavers. When the Huguenots settled there, they were able to expand England's silk weaving industry. It wasn't long before spatial fields was known as Weaver Town. Source Exodus, Movement of the Peoples, explained that more silk occupied with French styling proved fashionable with the British upper class. So you see this connection with France again. It wasn't long before Weaver Town's Huguenots owners of silk weaving workshops became wealthy men with hundreds of employees. Their larger family homes are still standing today. Right. So after the Moors of Spain introduced and dominated the silk trade, we see these Huguenots emerging out of France, who are then taking up the mantle and dominating the silk trade and furthering its development in England. Next slide, please. French Huguenots, right? These Huguenots, they are a French population. They get that term Huguenots from the German word Eidgenossen, meaning Confederates. And we're going to see how much that may play a correlating factor later on down the line. So I don't think it's a coincidence, right, that the term Huguenot comes from the German word Eidgenossen for Confederate. French Huguenots were in contact with the Moriscos in plans against the House of Austria, Habsburg, which ruled Spain in the 1570s, right? So the Huguenots were in contact with these Moriscos. They were politically aligned with them, and they were planning a campaign militaristically against the Habsburgs. So around 1575, plans were made for a combined attack of Aragonese Moriscos and Huguenots from Beran under Henry de Navarre against Spanish Aragon. In agreement with the king of Algiers and the Ottoman Empire. But these projects foundered. These projects foundered with the arrival of John of Austria in Aragon and the disarmament of the Moriscos. In 1576, the Ottomans planned to send a three-pronged fleet from Istanbul to disembark between Murcia and Valencia. The French Huguenots would invade from the north, and the Moriscos accomplished their uprising, but the Ottoman fleet failed to arrive. Right? So these Huguenots were in contact with the Moriscos. So not only did the Huguenots perpetrate the silk trade associated with the Moriscos and the Moors, the Huguenots were politically and militaristically aligned with these Moriscos descended from the Moors of Spain. Next slide. And it says the Huguenot saga in the 17th century France contained an event tragically similar to the expulsion of the Spanish Moriscos. For it was in 1685 that Louis XIV, after some preliminary persecutions, revoked the Edict of Nantes. The king's Protestant subjects were thereby compelled to become Catholics or leave their country, right? So Protestantism, the ranks of Protestantism was filled so much with these crypto Moors, these crypto Muslims, these crypto Jews, these Moranos, these crypto conversos. We saw in the documentation that the Catholics were suspicious of these crypto conversos the whole time. Even when the peoples converted, the source shows that they didn't even trust it and thought that they should be inspected and their children be inspected and their behaviors be inspected. Right. So much was that suspicion that being Protestant wasn't even good enough. They thereby compelled them to become Catholics or leave the country. Between 200,000 and 300,000 Huguenots, it has been estimated, emigrated in consequence. Right. So this is further movement of peoples. The act of tyrannous injustice, like the Morisco expulsion, was perpetrated in the name of unity as understood by an absolute sovereign, but also Quranic themes in Huguenot literary productions. See this beautiful poem on God's nature, right? A Huguenot of New York, that's the source. And you guys can read that on your own time as I explain. So not only did the Huguenots carry the economic industry of silk making with them, similar to the Moriscos. Not only did the Huguenots align politically with the Moriscos, right, and plan to engage in a joint military campaign with the Moriscos of France. Right here, the Huguenots maintained Islamic elements as well in their writings, in their expression of spirituality and understanding of God, right? So we have this technological connection, this economic connection, we have this political connection, we have this military connection. Now we have this religious connection and this affinity that the Huguenots have with these Moriscos and Muslims. Next slide. And all of this evidence points to the fact that the Huguenots were descendants of Muslims in Europe. So the reason why they have so much of this analogy to Muslims is because the Huguenots are another group of converted Muslims under a different name. So Huguenot and Morisco both are terms that indicate Moorish ancestry. So Huguenot history, descriptions, fate in Europe, and their occupations and skills, etc., are so integrally related to Muslims that it is not far-fetched to investigate their being Muslims. Remember, it is well known that well before the fall of Muslim Emirate and Walayats of Sicily and Spain, Muslims had to use two names, where one is to hide their Muslim origins when passing through doing business with peoples in enemy areas. Recently, right, Marci van Gelder has highlighted this practice in her article, The Republic's Renegades, Dutch Converts to Islam in 17th Century Diplomatic Relations with North Africa. So they have all of this affinity and analogy because the Huguenots were descended from these Muslims. Next slide, please. And the expulsions of the Moriscos from Spain. Again, it says when the Moriscos entered France, right? So this is talking about the relationship between the expelled Moors from Iberia and them going to France, explaining why these Huguenots, you would have such a large hidden Morisco or hidden Moorish, hidden Muslim population in France for these Huguenots to be so impactful. So it says when the Moriscos entered France, the Spanish authorities were equally careless, but French officials allowed entry at first because they were taken by surprise. So it says they closed the frontier temporarily in June 1610, requiring some 14,000 Moriscos to return to Los Alfalques, and then reopened it in September 1610 as to avoid even worse consequences. Right. Next slide. It said, the next paragraph. Pardon me. I just want to summarize the next two paragraphs on that. Yeah, thank you. So it says Francisco Michael Cardilliac, right, and Santoni are the scholars who have contributed the most to the study of this minority group in where? France. They're talking about Moriscos in France, who would later be known as Huguenots. So it says, presenting research questions and provincial conclusions that overlap, and though they are not definitive, from a necessary starting point for developing a history of the Moriscos in France. That history's duration was brief, some 40 years, if we begin with the first contact with French authorities in the 1580s. Next slide, please. And this is from genealogy.com. Moors, so here's a summary. Moors were expelled from Spain in 1496 to appease Isabella. King Manuel of Portugal announced a royal decree banishing the Moors from the portion of that peninsula. The Spanish King Philip III expelled the remaining Moors by a special decree issued in 1609. Fully 3,500,000 Moors, or Moriscos as their descendants were called, left Spain between 1492 and 1610. Over 1 million Moriscos made their way to France. I repeat, over 1 million Moriscos made their way to France, where the vast majority of them became Huguenots. It is in France where many of the last descendants of the Almoravides, as well as the Berber groups, settled. Those Almoravides who were Morabites, a movement that began in Senegal, right? So it is in France where many of the last descendants of that Senegalese movement of Almoravides, as well as other Berber groups, settled. It was along with these that our Moorish ancestors made the trek into southern France. The Moorish ancestors made their way into southern France and were eventually titled by the native Franks as the Salonier, as spelled Saunier or Saunier. Next slide. So France is pivotal in this story of the Moors, Muslims, Black Muslims, and Black Jews, right? And here is an engraving of Benjamin de Rohan, right? Duke of Frontigny and Baron of Soubise or Soubise. He was a prominent French Huguenot leader and military commander during the French Wars of Religion in the 17th century. That's the 1600s. Right. So, and we can clearly see his morphology deviates from the classical Indo-European type. We can clearly see he is far from a blonde-haired, blue-eyed individual. We can clearly see his deviation from the steppe ancestry. So we can clearly see this man is of ethnic melanated origin and background. Next slide. And just to give a clearer illustration of this time period, this is from a history of the life of James, Duke of Ormond. And let's see what it says here about James, Duke of Ormond. It says he is a very comely and graceful man and of a black complexion, which gained him among the Irish the surname of Duff, right? And I felt like this was important to mention that his black complexion gained him the surname Duff, because in the source from part 1 of this presentation, Ancient and Modern Britons, in the work Ancient and Modern Britons by David McRitchie, it mentions Duff as one of these surnames associated with swarthy and black individuals, along with Dub, Douglas, Don, and you have Duff as well. So I feel like here is a further confirmation from a primary source, right? A primary European source, confirming the etymology and linguistics stated in the work by David McRitchie, Ancient and Modern Britons. And it says, and gave occasion to the queen, right, in her way of expressing kindness to that as she favored, to call him her black husband, right? So Queen Elizabeth was married to the Duke of Ormond, and she called him her black husband. The people around him gave him the surname Duff. Why did she call him her black husband? Why did he get the surname Duff? Because of his black complexion. Next slide, please. So, Armand de Seligue, Isaac de Portal, Henry de Aramitz, and Charles de Batz, all 4 came from Gascony, and all 4 were members of the elite Black Musketeer Regiment during the 1640s. The elite Black Musketeer Regiment during the 1640s. The 4 Musketeers gives an account of the historical background of the real 4 Musketeers who came to Paris in the 1640s and thus witnessed some of the most dramatic moments of 17th century France. Right, so even though this is titled the Moors of Spain, we can see here how much of a pivotal role France played in the story of Moors, Moriscos, crypto-Moors, conversos, Jews, Huguenots, right? All of these terms that refer to persecuted people of color of Islamic and Jewish culture. Right. So it says the last years of Louis XIII and the struggle for control over him between the scandalous royal favorite, right, Cinq-Mars, and the dying Cardinal Richelieu, and the rise to power of Cardinal Mazarin. Right, and that's Disney's production of the Three Musketeers, which we know is 4, and this does not accurately represent the morphology of what is cited to be the 4 black musketeers, the real musketeers from this Paris regiment. This is from Stanford University Libraries. Next slide, please. And it says the true story of the Three Musketeers, who were based on 4 high-ranking French soldiers of Louis XIII's elite black regiment, the Three Musketeers, first published in serial form in France in 1844, is an abiding classic. And we know that the Three Musketeers was also authored by, I believe, Alexander Dumas, who himself is of Black African ancestry, I believe descended from freed enslaved peoples. Next slide. And this is from South Carolina, a history. And it says, while they may have become anglicized in many ways, Huguenots and their English neighbors continue to recognize the former's heritage. The area along the Sam Tree where they lived was known as the French Sand Tree. And when parishes were established in the 18th century, one was called St. Thomas and St. Denis. The name St. Denis, with its French spelling, allegedly is derived from the site of a 16th century victory by Huguenot forces led by Admiral Coligny. So again, with the Huguenots and their presence in South Carolina, right, and that establishment, I think it's no coincidence that the movement of the South became known as the Confederates, right? And a large population of the settlers, the colonists in the South, come from this lineage of Huguenots, whose etymology leads back to Confederates. So you see a continuity of a peoples called Confederates moving from Europe into the South as Huguenots, which translates to Confederates. Then later, these people taking on this Southern identity known as Confederates. I don't think that is a coincidence in the least bit. Next slide, please. And it says assimilation did not come easy for the Huguenots, right, who found themselves the objects of intense ethnic animosity. In the elections of the First Commons House of the Assembly in 1692, 5 of the 6 delegates from Craven County were Huguenots. This led to an angry petition to Governor Philip Ludwell, asking him to prevent the Huguenots from taking their seats. So it says, shall the Frenchmen who cannot speak our language make our laws? Trying to unseat the Craven delegation was not enough for some bigots, right? So there is a sense of otherness and otherizing here being continued, right? That these Huguenots were being protested by the other colonists. So obviously these Huguenots were not exactly the same as these other colonists, right? So we see again here the representation and context of ethnic diversity amongst these colonists, the othering of these peoples. And we're going to see a similar statement made by another historical figure later on that speaks to the othering of his fellow Europeans, to where we would assume all these peoples are of one ethnicity, one morphology. They're all Indo-European. But the primary source of the documentation shows that you had Europeans looking at other Europeans as others, as different. And it was due to racial lines. And we'll get more clarification on that in the next couple slides. Next slide, please. And it says here, from back to when Scotland was Jewish, in all of these social roles, their private religious beliefs may have influenced their discourse, actions, and counsel. And it says, Lavender, who recently uncovered the Sephardic ancestry behind his family's French Huguenot roots in Charleston, right? So here we have the primary right here from this person who discovered that his French Huguenot family in Charleston also had Sephardic ancestry, right? So here we're making another connection from these Huguenots descended from Moriscos and their connection to Judaism. So it was not just Muslims, right? It was not just Muslims a part of this persecuted Black group of individuals making their way through France. And it says, SC draws in Charleston, South Carolina. And Lavender draws attention to the fact that the Huguenot seal in 1559 has the same 4 Catholic Hebrew letters, what does it say? Kabbalistic, pardon me, has the same 4 Kabbalistic Hebrew letters of YHVH, the Tetragrammaton, engraved upon it. So the Huguenot seal had the Tetragrammaton on it. These French Huguenots who would later settle Charleston, Carolina, their seal had the Tetragrammaton on it, right? So we have all of this evidence. That's material culture right there, showing this this French Judaism, this Huguenot Judaism, this Morisco Judaism. Next slide. So this is from an article, Paul Revere, an American Huguenot. Right, the 18th of April in 75 is a date familiar to Americans thanks to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's stirring poem, The Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. This vivid recounting of the courageous night ride that gave the alert that British regulars were marching on Lexington and Concord has thrilled readers for generations. Right? The ensuing skirmishes, which forced a retreat of the British, are considered the first battles of the American Revolution. Who was this Boston silversmith with the American patriots with the French-sounding last name, right? Revere. Paul Revere was the son of Apollos Revoy, who was born in 1702 in Riacard, in the Gironde Valley near Bordeaux, right? The family was French Huguenot, and because of the persecutions following the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, many thousands of Huguenots were forced to flee to Protestant tolerant countries. Right, so the revoking of the Edict of Nantes, thousands of them forced to flee to and being associated with Protestants. We've gone through all the citations, all of the articles, right? The PhDs, all of these peoples have been pointing to this reality, right? That these French Huguenots, because of the persecution, were forced to flee. They were forced to hide. They were forced to become involved with Protestantism. Right, and we can see that the Moorish population, this Black European population, these Moors that we love so much, who their descendants ended up being, right? Paul Revere, individuals like Paul Revere. Next slide. So this is a work called Nicholas Marteau, The Adventurous Huguenot, the military engineer, and the earliest American ancestor of who? George Washington. So it says, Dr. Strout has not been the first to observe this connection with a probable French Huguenot ancestry. Dr. Stroud notes the connection between the branch of the Washingtons in the Larniers of Bordeaux. He also notes a Huguenot strain in the family of Martha Washington. So not only does this Huguenot, Morisco, Moorish ancestry end up in Paul Revere, George Washington is also descended from these individuals. Next slide. So it says, Washington was neither an accident nor a miracle. Neither chance nor a special providence needed to be assumed to account for him, declared Woodrow Wilson in an address April 30th, 1899. It was God indeed who gave him to us, but God had been preparing him ever since English constitutional history began. He was the same breed. He was the same breed with the Hampton, the Pine, and Cromwell. He was of such heroic stuff as God had for centuries been so graciously and lavishly weaving into the character of the race. To the name of Hampton, Pyne, and Cromwell. Woodrow Wilson could well have added those of Calvin, Bezastrain in the hinge of George Washington. It came to a Huguenot refugee who came to Virginia in 1620. This infusion of Huguenot blood into the Washington family is of special interest, both to historians and to psychologists, right? So you can see figures like Paul Revere and George Washington, early figures of the American Revolution, the quote-unquote forefathers of America, have this Huguenot, Morisco, ancestral Moorish connection. Right. So when the Moors when the Moors Science Temple of America, when they talk about the Moors founded America, the Moors discovered America, the Moors established the government of America, I think it's important to look at the nuances here of who we are associating with Moors and who we're trying to not associate with Moors, because it is individuals like George Washington and Paul Revere who have this documented lineage and connection to the Moors of Spain, through France and through Scotland in some cases. So are we saying, our brothers in the Moorish Science Temple, are we saying that George Washington was a Moor like us? Are we saying that George Washington represents the demographic of us here in the wildernesses of America, in the ghettos of America? Does Paul Revere represent a cousin of ours? Is Paul Revere a Moor the same way you are a Moor, Alim Bey? Are the Moors those people, these people? And then we would have to clear up what was the morphology of George Washington and Paul Revere. Are we going to say they were melanated like us, or are we going to say that yes, they were descended from Moors, but by the time George Washington existed, by the time Paul Revere existed, so much intermingling and assimilating had gone on that yes, Paul Revere and George Washington are phenotypically quote unquote white or Indo-European, as we've all assumed. So interesting thing to clear up. I think the Moors should come and clarify that for us. Next slide, please. And at this time going on in the Americas, things are still happening in Scotland, right? So this is from the show Outlander, which takes place during the Jacobite Revolution. Right here, we have memoirs of the Secret Service of John Mackey, who was a spy amongst the Jacobites. And the Jacobites were the military force in Scotland trying to restore the Stuart line upon the throne. They were loyalists to the Stuarts, and this is talking about King James, 1611 King James, who wrote the King James Bible, right? This takes place after the reign of 1611 King James, and these are King James's descendants trying to restore the Stuart line to the monarchy. So John Mackey is a spy, an English spy amongst these Jacobites. And when he escapes and goes back to England, he gives his detailed written report of these Jacobites, who they were and what they looked like. Next slide, please. So this is his description of Charles, Duke of Somerset, Master of the Horse. And we will be skipping all the way down to the last paragraph where it says, he is of a middle stature, well-shaped, a very black complexion, a lover of music and poetry. So this man is of a very black complexion. And they are, again, not talking about his demeanor. They're not talking about his temperament, right? They're not making any type of medical analysis describing any of the four humors, because in this time, largely the medical field was dominated by the belief that the body was filled with these four humors or liquids, pardon me, black bile, yellow bile, blood, and urine. This is also not a reference to black bile, right? They're referencing his complexion and what Charles Duke of Somerset looks like. And, right, we already have the documentation about the Black Douglases that was documented in the primary source that was trying to decipher the race of the Douglas and Angus tribes, right? A clear indication that there were different morphological types, or AKA racial types, running around Scotland. And I think this citation here of Charles Duke of Somerset is another clear confirmation, acknowledgement that there were multiple racial types running around Scotland. It was not homogenous. It was not just one ethnic group. That belief is pseudo. Next slide, please. And here's a quick description of John, Duke of Buckinghamshire. And it says, in paying his debts, unwilling, so he wasn't willing to pay his debts, and is neither esteemed nor beloved. For notwithstanding his great interest at court, it is certain he hath none in either house of parliament or in country. He is of middle stature, of a brown complexion, with a sour, lofty look, near 60 years old. So here, this man is being described as a brown complexion. And I think the fact that we're moving to a brown complexion as a descriptive further puts in context the previous slide of a black complexion, that this description here now completely confirms to me that they are in no way talking about demeanor, right, or his mood, so to speak. Because if you can say black means bad, or a bad mood, and light means a good mood, well, what would a brown complexion, what demeanor would a brown complexion signify? So I think this further contextualizes that they are making morphological statements when they use black complexion and brown complexion. Next slide, please. And I think this further contextualizes it when we talk about Daniel, Earl of Nottingham, Secretary of State, where it says, he hath also the exterior air of business, and application enough to make him very capable. In his habit and manners, very formal, a tall, thin, very black man, like a Spaniard or Jew, right? So this completely confirms the documentation that we've been putting out about also the morphological type of these Jews. And I think right here is a great opportunity to give us a glimpse into the psychology of the individuals of this current time, that a black man, a Spaniard, and a Jew all represent the same morphological type, the same morphological archetype, right? There is an archetype that's being projected here, that a Jew, a Spaniard, a black man are synonymous, right? So when the source earlier says that medieval Jews in the marginalia of Christian Bibles and books were often depicted as black, often black. I think that's very telling. I also think it's very telling that the individuals, the Moors and Jews we are talking about, lived in Spain and migrated into France. And as they migrated through France and landed in places like Scotland, they were still called black. So I think right here completely validates everything that we've been learning earlier about what these early Jews look like, what these Muslims and Jews coming from Spain would have looked like, because at that time the demographics were such that a Spaniard or a Jew could also be used as a descriptor for a black man. He is black as a Spaniard. He is black as a Jew, a black man like a Spaniard, like a Jew. And it is black Spaniard Jews that we have been talking about for half of this presentation, as well as black Spaniard Muslims. Next slide, please. So aside from Huguenots, right, let's take a look at another early American group called Melungeons, but this source is from when Scotland was Jewish. So we normally associate Melungeons with early American ancestry. So our story begins with the ethnic group to which both authors belong. So both authors of this book belong to Melungeons, right? And it says, the Melungeons are a people who have been dwelling in the Appalachian Mountains of southeastern United States for between 300 and 500 years. Their origins have been subject of intense speculation for the last 3 centuries. Typically, they are described as having dark skin, black or dark brown straight hair, brown or blue eyes, and quote unquote European features. A popular culture book written by a self-identified Melungeon, right, renewed interest in investigation of the group's origins and simulated an abundance of scholarly research, right? A detailed biogenetic study undertaken by the present authors supported what Kennedy had earlier purported. The Melungeons were in large part a Sephardic Jewish and Moorish community that began as early as 1540s, right? So the genetic study points that these Melungeons were of Sephardic Jewish and Moorish ancestry. So not only the Huguenots descend from this community, not only are the Moriscos descended from this community, this group called the Melungeons are of Sephardic Jewish and Moorish heritage as well. So De Soto expedition to the southern 1540s with the De Soto expedition to the southern United States. The composition of this community was augmented over the intervening centuries by incoming Sephardic Jews and Moors who found refuge in such way stations in the Low Countries, Germany, France, Italy, Greece, and England. And it is these exact Low Countries, right, that the Huguenots and Black Douglases are coming from, right? So we can see all of this analogy. They are analogous, synonymous, the same, right? The Melungeons, the Huguenots, the Moriscos, the Black Douglases, all of these different groups seem to be expelled Jews and Moors from Spain, migrating through France, and from France ending up in Scotland and the Americas. And through this time, they become known as other things such as crypto Jews, conversos, Moranos, Moriscos, Huguenots, Melungeons, New Christians, Protestants. All of these names signify Black European, Moorish, Islamic, Jewish ancestry. And one of the most famous Melungeon descended individuals being Abraham Lincoln, right? And it is this Melungeon ancestry that is famously used to proclaim his Blackness. And we can see that the Blackness of these Melungeons goes back to the Moors. It goes back to Spain. It goes back to Sephardic Judaism. Right, so it is the American aristocracy who are the harbingers, are the key holders of this Moorish lineage and Moorish ancestry. So yes, you can trace through documentation and, as the source reveals here, through genetic analysis, the spread and migration and expulsion of the Moors into the Americas. But what is being documented here is that those Moors of Spain and Europe that we love so much, their descendants and ancestors ended up being slave-holding colonists, right? They ended up being the American aristocracy and institution. So we have to make a bigger connection, a documented connection to the Moors of Spain getting expelled, moving through France, coming to the Americas, and ending up as our population in the ghettos of America, ended up as our population in the wilderness of America. I'm not opposed to that. I just would like that documentation to be as presented as thoroughly as this documentation. Next slide, please. And again, this is about their dark brown and straight hair. The Melungeons, in large part of Sephardic and Jewish ancestry. Sephardic and Jews who found refuge at the way station. So on this last one, it says, one of the factors delaying accurate ethnic identification of Melungeons was that several carried Scottish or Scots-Irish surnames, such as Caldwell and Kennedy, right? And had immigrated to the American colonies from Scotland or Northern Ireland during the 16 and 1700s. So again, right, these Sephardic, Jewish, Moorish Melungeons, they bore Scottish surnames. So you can see this movement of Moors from Spain into France, into Scotland, then into the Americas. So this Scottish Jewish ancestry is a reality. And these Melungeons happen to be a descendant American group that carried this Jewish, Sephardic, Moorish, Scottish heritage into the Americas. So we have seen an unbroken chain, a continuity of population, a continuity of migration of peoples, right? From Spain into France, into Scotland, then into the Americas. And these Melungeons, who have been genetically shown to be descended from Moors and Jews, bore Scottish last names. And I think this reality right here completely validates the work When Scotland Was Jewish by Elizabeth Hirschman and Donald Yates. Next slide, please. So this is from a genealogical website right here, and it says one of the female lineages in Brent Kennedy. Remember, Kennedy is one of these Melungeon surnames. In the Kennedy family, for instance, proved to be of the N haplogroup branch, the first out of Africa human beings. This finding put to rest the assumption that this is how we just connected the first 5 slides of part 1 of my presentation, right? This is how interconnected this reality is of this Black European population, this Black European presence. Because in part 1, when I went out of my way to talk about the Paleolithic era, right? 80,000 BCE, 40,000 BCE with the Aurignacian culture, and them laying down the first stratum of Blackness in Europe, with the Aurignacian culture of the C haplogroup, of the paternal C haplogroup. This right here, this slide right here at the end of part 2 completely correlates and links to the first 5 slides of part 1 of my presentation of Black Europeans, ancient and modern Britons, with the first out of Africa group, that maternal haplogroup, being found amongst these Melungeons who are descended from Black Europeans. This finding put to rest the assumption that European males, Maroon, Spanish, and Portuguese sailors perhaps, took wives with Native American and African Americans to produce the Melungeons, right? So this finding right here put to rest the assumption that it was white male misogyny and their sexual conquest of Native American women and African American women that created these Melungeons, right? It put to rest that assumption of this dominance sexually over these melanated women, that these Melungeons had these features simply because these white men were able to sexually conquer non-white women. Since mitochondrial DNA is passed exclusively by mothers to their children, and only their daughters can continue to propagate the exact type, its presence meant that women formed part of the original nucleus of the colony or settlement. And the conclusion was that the Melungeons were a coherent endogamous population group, not just an ad hoc mix that happened to bubble up on the Tennessee frontier. They had a homeland, but where? So Chavis, for instance, plainly came from the common Sephardic Jewish surname Chavez, derived from the name of a town in Portugal. Castile probably originated with a native of Castile in Spain. Dula was the name of a Berber clan. Mazingo and Kumbao or Gumbo were transparently African and perhaps Muslim. Hyatt and Elliot were Arabic, as was Mustaine. Tolliver came from the Spanish word for blacksmith. Lopez was Portuguese for Spanish Lopez. Hendrix was Henriquez, like Jimi Hendrix, right? Enriquez, and Sephard meant, well, Sephardic, and more. So what they're talking about are these last names that existed amongst the Melungeons, from names like Chavez, that was from the Sephardic Chavez, Castile from Castile. You even had Mozingo and Kumbo, right? And Gumbo. So even African last names, right? That were from the continent of North Africa. These Melungeons carried surnames that pointed to the exact mixture and demographics that would have existed amongst the Moors. So this group of last names right here are a complete projection and representation of the Moorish culture, the Spanish, Sephardic, Jewish, and Islamic Moorish culture. The Turkish designating someone connected with seat of the Khan or governor is in Kandi or Kandy, the capital of Crete. Next slide. Iberian ancestry outranks any other in Melungeons. Again, Iberian ancestry outranks any other in Melungeons. Although it is something totally counterintuitive, people who live in Kentucky and Tennessee and other Appalachian locations have a lot of Spanish, Portuguese, Latin American, and Hispanic genes in them, right? 1/3 of our Melungeons emphasize these ethnicities in their overall makeup. This fits well with the abundance of Spanish and Portuguese surnames among the Melungeon families, like I just mentioned on the previous slide. The modal or most common response in the study is Andalusian in the south of Spain, a strongly Arab part of the country. So not only is Iberian ancestry the most dominant ancestry found amongst Melungeons, the most common in that study is Andalusian in South Spain, specifically Moorish territory. So not only have the Melungeons genetically been connected to the country that was inhabited by the Moors, it specifically connects to the part of the country that was the hub of the Moors, right? And the last refuge of the Moors. Berber is another ethnicity that provides a common thread in Melungeon identity, as well as strong resonance in family histories. Moroccan and related North African populations are found at the top in several of our participant profiles. So even more North African shows up in the ancestry. So these Melungeons have the exact, not only their last names, genetically, they have the exact markers and representations you would see in this Iberian milieu, in this mix, in this matrix of demographics that you find in Spain, associated with the Moors. So recall that some of the surnames regarded as Melungeon are quite literally Berber. About 15% of all Sephardic Jewish surnames are too. The Berber element seems largely related to Andalusian ancestry since following the conquest of Spain by Berber armies in 1710. Andalusia became the Moorish stronghold. Right? So the fact that the genetics makes it a done deal, right? The genetics, that's the hard evidence, that's the data right there. But also when you correlate the last names, I also think it's very phenomenal that the last names, the variety of last names, being Spanish, Portuguese, straight African, even Berber, completely correlates what the genetics in codes as well. So the same last names that we see the genetics associated with those last names as well. I mean, this is a one-to-one correlation. The nail doesn't get hit any more on the head than this, I feel. Next slide, please. And it says, what European countries emerge as important? Here again, there are distinct answers. France. We've been mentioning France since the beginning of this presentation here. Shout out to France, the unsung hero, the MVP of the story of the Moors in Europe. France exhibits the highest number of matches with the South, exceeding the North. Notably, southern France experienced a large population influx from Spain and North Africa during the Middle Ages. Scotland is not far behind, right? So this connection between Spain, France, Scotland is all pointed out in the genetic study here. So the genetics is putting the capstone on all of the primary sources and secondary sources that we've been dealing with, right? The genetics here is confirming all of the correlation, all of the connection that we've been talking about. So Scotland is not far behind, however, and in fact, if we add together the two subpopulations of these countries, wins the top spot. The Northeast, Dundee, measurably surpasses the Southwest, Glasgow. And remember, it was Glasgow that Michael Stewart was the head of the Jewish student university in Glasgow. This is consistent with Hirschman's and my findings, and when Scotland was Jewish, documents a strong Sephardic Moorish presence in northeastern Scotland following the Crusades. Melungeons seem to have far more highlands than lowlands kinsmen. In conclusion, Melungeons have predominantly northeastern Scottish ancestry, along with southern European elements such as Portuguese and southern France. They exhibit less solidarity with the northwestern European countries adjacent to Scotland: England, Wales, Netherlands, Norway, Belgium, Denmark. Neighbors that might be expected to figure more prominently in their mix, right? So these individuals, they deviate from their European neighbors in their ancestry, and you see actually an affinity with more Iberian Peninsula peoples of Moorish ancestry, Sephardic ancestry, where you would expect the Scottish population to look largely like their Norwegian, Belgium, and Denmark neighbors, but it does not. So whenever such an anomaly occurs, the explanation must lie in more than the straightforward random expansion and blending of peoples, right? Population genetics speak here of a non-star-like distribution pattern. Notably, northern Scotland, especially Aberdeen, had close historical links with Poland and the Baltic than with, say, England, with England. Scotland traditionally saw alliances with France, not England. So when you look at the Ald Alliance between France and Scotland, which was an ancient alliance that they had, that I think speaks to culturally and politically this funneling and pipeline of individuals from France to Scotland, that these individuals fleeing persecution, these Moors, these Jews fleeing persecution in Spain, went to naturally France because France is right next to Spain. But the reason why they went from France to Scotland is because there had been this hundreds of years long relationship and alliance between France and Scotland. So these peoples that found refuge in France, once that time had run out, it makes perfect sense now that they would seek refuge amongst France's ally, being Scotland. Next slide here. Next slide, please. So in revisiting Hybrid Hate by Tudor Parfit, it says, however, at the end of the 18th century, this is the 700s AD, and into the first half of the 19th century, Jews of color were not marginal They were mainstream preoccupations of people. They were not marginal. So in the 1700s and 1800s, Jews of color were not marginal. So this also is another citation of how these Jews maintained their swarthiness. So they maintained their swarthiness through their expulsion in France. They maintained their swarthiness through their time in Scotland. And with the description of the Melungeons being dark-skinned with dark hair, they maintained their swarthiness during their early times in the Americas as well, right? So these crypto Jews, these conversos, these moranos, and their descendants maintained their swarthiness well into the time periods of American colonialism. There's plenty of proof that within Europe, the Jews were considered to be kind of black. There are many images of Jews being black. And even if they weren't black, and they were not even slightly black as far as the skin tone, they were kind of considered to be black in one way or another. So blackness and Jews really went hand in hand, right? So it is pseudo. Right? It is pseudo for one demographic to claim the identity of Judaism and Jewishness. And I would like to give a shout out to Dr. Yosef Ben Yakinan for his debate, right, against the ADL member that he had, the public debate that he had on the ADL member, where Dr. Yosef Ben Yochanan said straight up to the individual that Europeans don't own Judaism. Right, and he was speaking on behalf of the Falasha Jews and the many Jewish populations in Africa. And while we are not talking specifically about the Falasha Jews, I think this source here also speaks to the diversity that once existed within Judaism, the diversity that was once prevalent, well-known, and mainstream in Judaism. Next slide, please. And this is observations concerning the increase of mankind. This is by, what's the guy's name? Benjamin Franklin. And it says, and since detachments of English from British sent to America will have their places at home so soon supplied and increased so largely here, why should the Palatine Boers be suffered to swarm into our settlement? Palatine is an area in Germany, right? So Benjamin Franklin is talking about German Boers. So settlement by heading together established their language, right? Why should the Palatine Boers be suffered to swarm in our settlements and by herding together establish their language and manners to the exclusion of ours? Why should Pennsylvania, founded by the English, become a colony of aliens, right? Who will shortly be so numerous as to Germanize us instead of our anglifying them, and will never adopt our language or customs any more than they can acquire our complexion. Right? So he's talking about how these German Boers are of a different complexion, speaking a different language, and they are going to congregate together. So the togetherness of melanated populations have always been a concern for these individuals that they've made expressed in their literature for centuries. Right. So I think we should take notes of these types of things when they spill their hand. We should take note that, OK, if that's what they want us to do, then for the sake of our survival, we need to do the complete opposite. So the more they don't want us to be together, the more we need to be together and put effort to being together for the sake of being together. Next slide, please. And it says, which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionably very small. So right here, he's contrasting his whiteness with the complexion he described with the Palatine Boers, indicating as well that these Palatine Boers, and when he's talking about their complexion, he's talking about black people, right? Because he's juxtaposing the purely white people in the world to those Palatine Boers. But why is he saying that the white population is proportionally small? All of Africa is black or tawny. Asia chiefly tawny. America exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion. So again, the same way that John Mackey makes synonymous a black man, a Spaniard, and a Jew, Benjamin Franklin also says right here, penned from his own hand, that Spaniards and French, people we've been talking about this whole time, right, are of a complexion that they call swarthy, right? As are the Germans. As are the Germans. And it is these same Germans that produced that tapestry, the wild man versus the Moor, right? So Benjamin Franklin also right here confirms for us that the reason why that German tapestry from 1440, known as the wild man versus the Moor, featured Moors in these castles, he's documenting right here that Germany has been black. Germany up until his time was still swarthy. And he says also the Saxons only accepted who with the English make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. Right. So he's only talking about the Saxons and the English as white people, and he's identifying nearly the entirety of Europe as swarthy people. Right. So I think this is important. And I think that validates the entirety of my presentation, the entirety of part one of my presentation, with the layers of blackness. It wasn't just one instance and one circumstance that brought blackness into Europe. There were multiple circumstances and cultural factors that added blackness to Europe, to where most of Europe would still be swarthy by the time of Benjamin Franklin. And he said, I could wish their numbers were increased, talking about white people. And while we are, as I may call it, scouring our planet by clearing America of woods, and so making this side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants in Mars or Venus, why should we, in the sight of superior beings, darken its people? He's talking about by bringing these Palatine Boers over here. Why darken the people over here by bringing these Palatine Boers here? Why increase the sons of Africa? So he's associating these Palatine Boers with sons of Africa, clearly indicating a morphological type by planting them in America. Why? We're having so fair an opportunity, right, by excluding all blacks and tawnies. He wants to exclude the blacks and tawnies, these Palatine German Boers, right, of increasingly the lovely white and red. Next slide, please. So getting into the closing, again, this is from African Europeans, right? And this is talking about the life of a mixed race individual by the name of Capitaine. And it goes on to say he knew that contrary to his experience, so now we're getting into enslaved individuals. We're going to be closing out here. This is the only reference that we have to enslaved individuals and the experience of enslaved individuals, because that is the most minuscule part of the story. He knew that contrary to his experience, very few Africans had been taken to Holland and benefited as he felt he had from Dutch culture and an academic education. Although he was criticized as having had a Sambo mentality, right? So Capitaine, he was a mixed race individual. He was assimilated into the Dutch society. He was able to get educated, and he felt he had gained benefits from being educated and exposed to Dutch culture, but it delineated him from individuals who did not have that experience, his kinsmen, right, who did not benefit from being mixed race or having their experience of being mixed race and thus integrated into the Dutch European society. And he was criticized for then having a Sambo mentality. So assimilation comes at a cost, right? Exposure comes at a cost, right? That lack of togetherness comes at a cost, that togetherness that Benjamin Franklin was afraid of. Capitan's life needs to be understood in its context and analyzed in light of Houdin's five patterns. Moving on to the next, it says, however, he was disappointed, and Capitan, he opened a primary school and was successful in enrolling 20 children. So he tried to educate the black population by opening schools and trying to spread the education that he had benefited from, bringing the education to the black people, to the enslaved people. However, he was disappointed that more children, especially girls, were not sent to school. As Levesque notes, girls were groomed from a young age to anticipate becoming concubines for white settlers. Right? So the lack of education for young black girls, right? Why were they not educated? And it's because there was this training, right, for them to become concubines to the white settlers. Next slide, please. For them to become conditioned. And as I've been correlating to modern times, I feel like the media, and again, pointing out how media, propaganda, the use of images from the legends of King Arthur versus the Black Giants to William of Orange, who's defeating the Saracen, to the depiction of Charlemagne against Agalon and the Moors, or the French painting of the French guy defeating the Moors. These images are being used to communicate messages and agendas in the world, right? And the same pattern is repeating of our women, our young girls being primed, right, for this partnership with these Indo-European peoples, being primed to enter into relationships and reward the very same individuals who are responsible for making their lives a living Hades, right? The very same individuals who degraded their very humanity, who created the state of desperation, right, that they now exist in. And now they look at the very same abusers as the savior, as the ticket out, right? So the very same person that caused your destruction is now your only life, or is now being presented as your lifeline out of the destruction that they caused. Next slide, please. And it says several other points were of concern for him. For example, he worried about the fate of African men who could not find a good Christian woman, a good Christian black woman, because local parents did not want their girls to be baptized, hoping instead to attract a Dutch trader. So Capitan was looking at this going on, and he felt a concern for black men who would not be able to find, for Christian black men, would not be able to find Christian black women, because the parents of these black girls were not having their girls baptized, because Dutch traders did not want the black girls to be baptized, and the families did not want the girls to be baptized, because then there was an expectation of you to be chaste and chaste, and you couldn't become a Dutch person's concubine if you were a good Christian woman. So not only were women undereducated in the hopes to become the sexual object of these white colonizers, their spiritual salvation wasn't afforded to them under that paradigm, of course, right? Under that believer paradigm, their spiritual salvation was not afforded to them in the hopes of them becoming a sexual object for these Dutch colonizers. Again, is another representation or expression of a lack of togetherness, that same togetherness that Benjamin Franklin spoke against. So it says in 1742, free black people and people of dual heritage had to prove their liberty if they wanted to board a vessel. Marriage laws also changed. Marriages between white men and black women were facilitated, while administrative laws was put in place to discourage the marriage of black men and white women, right? So we see this pattern still with the demonizing of the black man in early media that they had, portraying people as criminals, as undesirables, as, you know, grapists, right? Like Birth of a Nation. The Black woman at this time was also portrayed in a negative light, but was always the bed wench. Then a period of time did come about where the Black man was depicted as the one chasing interracial relationships, along with the Black woman being portrayed, unfortunately, as the bed wench. Next slide, Sa. But as a result, we can clearly see the effects of the propaganda and these messages. So just like the story of King Arthur was a galvanizing message of propaganda, right? Just like the painting of William of Orange versus the Saracen, right? Just like from African Europeans documented, there is an agenda here. And I don't think it should be ignored that every movie, TV show, cartoon, advertisement, cartoons as well, meaning they are aiming for your children. Every piece of media that they put out is depicting a Black woman with a white man. This should be cause for concern. This should cause a pause, and I think this needs to be spoken out a little bit more instead of this red pill, pink pill conversation we have in the Black community. I think we need to more focus on what is the agenda and purpose behind the presentation of this media. So thank you for tuning in, everybody. This concludes the presentation. We could open the floor up to discussion. And, you know, I hope y'all enjoyed it. And if anybody wants to come up and contribute either, you know, for or against the presentation, we welcome the conversation.
All right, as usual, this was an awesome presentation. I could tell you love what you do. You love teaching the people. It reminds me of me when I was getting it in my prime.
That's a great honor.
And you love teaching, I could tell, because you go all the way in depth. You try to cross every T and dot every I, and you don't miss nothing, brother. So
much appreciated, Tom.
I'm gonna have your naysayers out there because some of them are jealous that they can't get up here and they scared to get up here because they scared to show their face. So they will talk behind the avatars, but they will never jump up on the panel and ask you any question.
I get that.
Yes, they want to pretend. They want to pretend to be smart and pretend to be a little educated, but they will not get their ass up here and ask you one question, brother.
Ooh.
So
that's a powerful statement.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. All right, Chief X hit me up a week ago, and he said, here's a topic for you. Were the Moors who conquered Spain Black/Negroid?
I'm good with that. I will accept both of that. So
you accept that challenge?
Oh yeah. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. And I
need you to do. Send me. I think I got one, but send me a picture of yourself so I can put together a flyer and give me a good date so I can bring it back to him and let him know the date.
Okay. And you can see.
Yeah, at least let it be 2 weeks so y'all can get prepared.
Oh yeah, because I would have to put something together, but
right.
Yeah, at the very least 2 weeks, and I'm gonna work on getting you a picture for the advertisement.
Yeah, that'd be good as soon as possible. Like at least by tonight or tomorrow. Just send me a picture to my text or my email.
Email. Okay, no problem. Yeah. No problem.
Okay, all right. So family, we got the doors open for anybody who would like to come in and ask a question.
I mean, we went through a lot. We talked about Islam. I made claims that the current version of Islam is an Abbasid corruption and that it does not reflect the original Umayyad expansion of Islam that the Moors preserved. You know what I mean? I made claims that the Moorish descendants are not us in the Americas, that it ended up being, you know what I mean, the American elite and aristocracy. I supported the presence of Black Jews in Scotland, but I denied that they're connected to the original Hebrews. So I don't know what the Hebrews want to do with that. I mean, there was a lot said here. You know. So I don't know what the feedback is gonna be, if everyone enjoyed it.
Well, Nepal loved it. She was in the chat. She loved it. Yeah, she loved it.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
She was talking about how IUIC and GMS was talking about that a long time ago. They was going in on that information.
Talking about what specifically?
About the Moorish stuff, about the the pain.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And I do think when we say Moors, that catch-all term makes us think of the Islamic Moors, but Jewish Moors are just as present. You know what I mean? And the expulsion of peoples, the Jews were expelled into Africa as much as Muslims, right? So when they talk about our enslavement and journey through the Middle Passage, there is merit to some individuals coming from populations of African Jews, but those Africans were introduced to Judaism through Portuguese expulsion, right? So that's the position I'm taking. That's the stance I'm taking on that aspect. And I do support the presence of melanated Jewish people in Scotland, right? And I know that the Israelites talk about that a lot. So we would just differ on how these peoples are related to each other.
Right. Hey, Nepal, you want to come in and take over the yeah, there you go. You want to come in and take over the question and answer for me? Nepal.
She might just be.
What's going on, Rakufu?
Oh, okay. Great show, God Energy.
Much appreciated.
Yes, sir. I wanted to just touch bases with you on. It interested me that you talked about the Moabites and the Moabites, right? And how they are different groups. And in Michigan, my home state, Suntan is there. I don't know if Suntan, you listening? Okay. In Michigan prison systems, they have blacks that claim to be Moabites.
Yeah, right? I'm here.
Okay, Suntan, you heard of the Moabites in the prisons in Michigan?
Of course.
Right. So I wanted God Energy to step in. And what would you think they probably was doing that for, God Energy? Are they trying to claim some Moorish or Moabite?
Hold on, Rakufu. I'm sorry, more minute. Nepal, you there?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. You want to take over the question and answer for me?
Yeah, I can do that for you.
I was calling you. I need you to send me the video.
What video?
The Uncle Sanchez.
Uncle Sanchez. Oh, yeah. You mean like after? Okay, I'll do that after this if you want.
Okay, all right, you got it. I gotta be out for a minute.
I know. Okay, all right, everybody. Peace, God Energy. No,
what's
God
up,
Energy. That was good. I was kind of laughing in the chat because, there are people who usually are cheering you on, but when you're bringing out this particular information, I was saying, this is some of the stuff that the camps teach. So that's what sa.neter's talking about, some of the stuff you taught about the Spaniards being Black Jews that were expelled, and then you even said they went to Africa. Do you recall? Of course, you know that part of your presentation.
Hey, he was in the middle of answering my question before you got on there.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and let him answer your question, but I just wanted to clarify that. Sorry about that, but that was a great presentation. Go ahead.
Much appreciated. And to Brother Rakufu, I do think that is some Moorish Science Temple influence, because it is through the Moorish Science Temple that you get a connection to Moab and Black people, right? Aside from the Moorish Science Temple connection, why would us in the prison system say Moabite, right? What would make them do that at all? But it has to be this doctrine coming from the Moorish Science Temple of America.
Okay, and last but not least in this situation too, I would agree. No pushback on you're talking about how it came from Spain, the Moor or the Moorish Jews and all that. It came from Europe into West Africa. But would you say I would say no, but I want to get your understanding. Would you say it's significantly enough that came in this transatlantic slave trade to alter our West African base?
No.
Okay.
Nope. That's why when I mentioned it, I tried to contextualize it as much as I can and give room for that nuance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
While still validating the base of the claim, right? That Jews were in West Africa, and you could have went to West Africa and looked at a person who looked like a West African, and he tell you that he is Jewish. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I did want to validate that. I did want to validate the presence of Jews in Scotland. I did want to validate the presence of Black people in Scotland. And I did want to validate the presence of Black Jews in Scotland, like the Hebrew Israelites say. You know what I mean? Because this is about the documentation and the history. So even though I don't believe in the Hebrew Israelite doctrine, I don't believe in the Bible narrative at all, right? The Hebrew Israelites are right where they are right. You know what I mean? Yeah. But even though they are right where they are right, it does not validate the entirety of the claim they are trying to make about 12 tribes and ancestry and this, that, and the third. So
perfect. Go ahead. Hey, Nepal, go ahead. That was it.
Yeah. Okay, great. Who was next? I think it was whoever I didn't see. So whoever
Suntan was there first.
Okay, great. Peace. Go ahead, Suntan.
No, y'all can go ahead. I'm just listening in. Good go, God Energy. I loved it.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
Okay, we have Ashe up here, and I did ask about Ashe in the chat because I was wondering about the conflict of interest between the bomb squad members. Like, I want to hear from Ashe on that.
What you mean conflict?
What
does that mean? What conflict of interest?
Are you so you agreed that there were black Jews? I didn't know that.
Do I agree that there were Black Jews?
Yeah, wasn't that a part of your presentation, God Energy?
Yeah, I believe I documented it in multiple ways with the requisite accredited citation, all of which is a methodology that I'm sure the brother Ashe adheres to and employs in his own studies. So the way I presented the information, I'm sure the brother Ashe doesn't have any problem or issue with the documentation that I brought out. And me and him would both agree that the African-American population claiming to be Hebrew Israelites is a fallacious claim, and my presentation doesn't support that. Even though my presentation supports some of the history that Hebrew Israelites use to support their claim.
All right, and you did mention that there could be some well, you didn't use the word validity, but you made the link, just like they make the link. That is why in the chat I was saying that. They make the link that African Jews migrated to West Africa. So Ashe, you agree with that, right?
No, that's not an agreement of mine, Paul. When I'm looking at Jews, right, it's different from the Hebrew Israelite claim. When I type the idea of a Black Jew, it's a bloodline thing. I don't think that there is a relevant bloodline of the people that come from the Bible that has a Black stock coming from David, Solomon, and all. I'm not with none of that. You get what I'm saying? Now, Are there people who may be melanated who have this certain faith? I don't have a problem with the faith in the practice of a Jew. You practice the diet. You get what I'm saying? You're Nazarite-like. You get what I'm saying? Like, that exists. But when it comes down to somebody telling me that they're a descendant of David or Solomon or something like that, I'm not buying that. So no, the Black Hebrew Israelite claim is different from the existence of Black Jews, and Jews meaning that they are adherents of the Judaic faith.
Exactly.
Okay, so can you explain that, God Energy? So you're saying that
Yeah.
The Black people that are in Europe, because you do teach about the DNA So now you're saying the Black people that are in Europe who are Jews, they weren't bloodline Jews? They didn't come from the Levant?
No, that's exactly what I'm saying, right? That they are converts in the same way that the white European Jewish population are not connected to the Levant because largely through conversion, even though you can find traces of small Semitic DNA in all the peoples in Southern Europe just due to the history of trade and migrations and empires and things like that. You will find Levantine blood there, but this continued lineage of someone from 12 tribes, 11 tribes, 7 tribes, however many tribes, right? This continued bloodline that these peoples migrated into North Africa and Spain, and then, you know, these are the people and bloodline and descendants that are around during the Moorish occupation. No, that is not what I'm saying. And also my source, when Scotland was Jewish, the source went out of its way to say they are not supporting some lost tribes theory either, right? But what they're talking about are European practitioners of the Jewish faith and how they were swarthy. So basically it's pointing out how some people of the Black population of Europe also converted to Judaism, right? And they are partners with the Moriscos or the Black Muslims, to where Black Jews and Black Muslims largely moved as one.
So the Moors were originally Muslims and Jews, but they were converts. That's your position.
And Christians, yes. And that these Jews were converts, and that the Black Jews in Africa became Jewish from being exposed to Portuguese and Spanish Jews. And it is Portuguese and Spanish Jews who brought Judaism into West Africa for us to then say, look, there are African Jews there. Yeah, but 2 generations ago, that Judaism got brought to Africa from Spain and Portugal. And even though some of those Spanish and Portuguese Jews were melanated themselves.
Then how does the Limba have actual DNA of the Cohen DNA if it's just converts?
Movement of peoples, genetic introgression, intermarrying, because there was a lot of as we know from the history of Kemet and stuff like that, all of the back and forth migration between there, and the quote unquote Cohen DNA we know is supposed to link back to some Levantine origin. Now, even without Judaism and any religious doctrine or spiritual faith, wouldn't you expect to see Levantine genetics in parts of Africa, just simply due to the anthropological and, you know what I mean, biological nature of humans? Yeah, you would. So I think we would be anachronistic, right? Or confirmation bias, right? To say that means they are Jewish.
Okay, I'm going to get back to, I don't want to, keep on going back and forth about this, but I did want to just mention that there are bloodline Jews, and we could say that about everybody, anybody, if their DNA is showing that they are bloodline, it's not just about, you said they were religious converts. So just want to get that on record, but go ahead, Ashe. You had an original question before I actually added my 2 cents in. Did you want to get your piece out, and I'm letting Gola in?
Yeah,
thank you for answering that.
No problem.
Napa, I'm also going to circle back to your statement, because I have an add-on that speaks to what you're talking about, because I don't want my previous statement to misrepresent the nuances. So I think you're going to like this next thing that I'm going to say.
All right, thank you, God Energy.
I did.
Go ahead, Ashe. Thank you.
Let me go ahead and put this on the screen real quick. I wanted to bring this up because you brought this up within your presentation. The wild man. What's your thoughts on far as the wild man even being a part of their heraldry? You know what I mean? Like, they were proud of this particular symbol. You get what I'm saying? They put this on their coat of arms. They have this on their family crest. As the source even says, the wild man was frequently depicted holding a shield to indicate his combative nature, which may have led to his portrayal in the heraldic tradition to symbolize the protector of the family, coat of arms. This is by Davies, 2012, page 68. The wild man featured in more than 200 coat of arms across Europe, most of which were in German lands. They were particularly popular during the second half of the 15th century. The wild man's new role was brought about by the rise in the Germanic nationalism, which inspired the translation of Cornelius Tacitus' Germania, describing wild peoples as the first proud inhabitants of the Germanic lands. What you just think about that, brother?
You can see the wild man present throughout a lot of European history, like you said, in the heraldry. They made statues as well, right? Mary Magdalene was a wild man. You could find multiple statues and paintings of Mary, Hairy Mary. So Mary, yeah, Mary was also depicted as a quote unquote wild man with her hair, you know, fully covered and stuff like that. So this is a deep tradition. You can also see an allusion to the wild man in the story of with Enkidu. You know what I mean? He was, you know what I mean? That story of the wild man having a wild nature and then being exposed to the love of a woman and that kind of refining him and stuff like that, right? So I think this story, this motif of this excessively hairy individual living amongst us, right? Having, I think there's something to that. Right. And I would point to and I'm glad you brought out that documentation that has the tradition associated to the wild man as being the original inhabitant of Germany, giving context to the tapestry that I showed, where it has the wild man coming from the wilderness in Germany. Right. As if this is this land associated being here. And I do think certain states of civilization, right, certain state of humanity, a hunter-gatherer lifestyle, if you've maintained a certain type of hunter-gatherer lifestyle and your population genetically preserves the expression of, I don't know, hypertrichosis. So if you mix hypertrichosis with an hunter-gatherer lifestyle, that quite literally is the wild man that we're talking about. And I do think those anthropological realities exist or existed in some form or fashion. So, you know, I'm not going to jump to many conclusions. We could go down a speculative, slightly pseudoscientific road with this, but, you know, given the climate right now and for the sake of the presentation, we won't speculate too much. But hunter-gatherer lifestyle, hypertrichosis, that's the equation that you need, the formula that you need that we know is there. So I do think, to land my plane, I think hypertrichosis plays a large part in what's going on here and is part of this equation. Mongolo, what's good, brother? Oh, but Nepal, to your point, though, the movement of Semitic Levantine peoples, Canaanite type peoples, but even before we get to Judaism, or even medieval European Judaism, Ungolo, peace, brother, there would have been Elohist, traditional, Iron Age, right? There would have been Iron Age and Bronze Age Elohists and Yahwists migrating all throughout North Africa and Southern Europe, right? So I don't want to take away that reality. And that would have been one of the anthropological realities that brought the Cohen DNA into those parts. And these peoples, some of them would have been Elohists, some of them would have been Yahweh, some of them would have been followers of Baal and Melkert, and you know what I mean? So I do want to speak to that reality as well, that no, a large portion population movement, I don't think the evidence supports that. But to your point, there was a movement and presence of Elohists and Yahwists in Africa, settling, living there in Southern Europe, settling and living there in the Bronze and Iron Age. So that is a reality that I do want to acknowledge as well.
And you know what, God Energy, I appreciate your academic honesty. And that is why I was, you know, sa.neter said I was doing a couple cartwheels in the chat. So thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. No worries. Ngolo, go ahead. And if you could just let me say this, Ashe, do you mind? I know sa.neter handed it over to me. Do you mind if I hand it over to you to just go ahead and commandeer the panel and run it? Do you have a problem with that? Or are you busy?
I could take it over after N'Golo go if you want me to.
I can come back in. I'm not going to leave you with it. I'll just come back in like 20 minutes. Is that okay?
All right, that's cool.
But Nepal,
Awesome.
before you go, can I ask you a question? And N'Golo, would you allow me just 2 seconds with her? Okay, appreciate it. Nepal, I was looking up the Limba tribe, and it says that the DNA shows that the Limba people have what they call the Levant, the Cohen module haplotype. But the Limba people, they show the marker appears in multiple Levantine populations, not just Jewish. So Palestine, Lebanese, Bedouins, and various others. Are you saying that they? And then I asked, can they prove it was only a Jewish direct? They said no. It could have been any one of the traders in that area or whatever. So they don't actually have a Jewish trace back. They have a Levant trace back. And how? Because they're claiming Jewish. Are you accepting that? That's my question.
Okay, they practice Judaism. They have a strict practice, and they're also, if this is going to help you, and not just you, everybody, they're accepted. I'm doing air quotes by the Jews that occupy Israel. So, with all that understood, yes, they're legitimate, so-called legitimate Jews. I mean, it goes down to their DNA. It's interesting that not just you, but a lot of people, they keep on looking for more. If there's facts there, there has to be something else. So then even for you to be able to Google it in ChatGPT, and it's like, well, it could have been anybody in that region. It's just comedy at this point. But yeah, I don't want to take that over. I don't want to take over his presentation. I really enjoyed it. Ashe, I'm not going to leave you with it for, I'll take up your whole night. But if you could just hold it down for 20 minutes, I would appreciate that. So thank you.
Real quick, I didn't want to have you feel as though I was pushing at you on it. I want to know.
No, not you.
Yeah, because I want to know the facts, because I've heard about them being of a Jewish people, and I was asking, like, how is it that these other people, and are all those people that DNA marker is in? It's this thing is saying that when 19th century people came, or whatever people came down in that area, there were different type of people from that area of the Levant that had that gene. But what you just gave me information on, that helped, because they're more in tune, and they say themselves. So that's the difference. Go ahead.
Right. And Rakufu, you're always really cool with me. I don't have I didn't take it personally, but we got to do another show. We do 10,000 shows on this. So I don't want to, go too far off the mark with the brother's presentation, but definitely thank you so much once again, God Energy. And you're okay. Ashe, you sound a little apprehensive. Are you sure you don't mind just taking over for a minute? Well, I'll come right back in 20 minutes.
Let's do it. Come on.
All right, cool. All right, everybody, peace.
We got the brother N'Golo wanted to get it in. Let's go.
Yeah, what's up, brother? You always do well formatted presentations. That's one thing I love when you come on here. The thing I would say is, I don't, as Black people, I think we need to take a cause for a pause when we lionize the quote unquote Moorish or our Moravia culture. I think their contribution, as far as in regards to directly us, I think it did way more damage than it did good. For example, when you look at the Almoravids of Morocco, and I think the 11th century, if I'm not mistaken, them teaming up with the Tukulors, which today is the present day Fulani, and destabilizing Ouagadougou. Then 500 years later, that same group from Morocco comes down and then destabilizes the Songhai. So I think they played them, and people that think like them did a large, and are doing currently contemporary times, doing a large job. I'm not doing a large. They're doing a great job destabilizing West Africa, and they're really eroding the culture. So that's one thing I would say. But in regards to what you presented, I think as far as the Moors being a quote unquote Black empire, from my research, it goes against that. But I'm gonna peruse your sources, source for source, because I'm not, some of the, like what you did with the Scottish thing, I wasn't familiar with that, so I'm gonna peruse that. As far as and then was that the same Lugard in Nigeria, the source that you said that the Almoravids came from Senegal?
No, I don't.
What source was that?
I don't think it was Lady Ludgard, but from her work, A Tropical Dependency.
I'm just trying to see the source where you got from the Al Moravids coming from Senegal, because I know for a fact that they
No,
came into
that wasn't
Senegal.
Lady. Yeah,
They
that
came
wasn't
into
Lady
Senegal
Lugar.
in the 11th century, but they didn't formulate in it. Formulated in Morocco with Yahya bin Al Hassan, I think.
Yeah. And then he went and got Ibn Yasin.
Yeah,
Yahya from Morocco, he went to Mecca, got Ibn Yasin, came
yeah,
back, and then Ibn Yasin went down to Senegal. So there,
yeah,
but it had already started in Morocco. Yes, it
yeah, yeah.
already. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
initiated.
that's the only point of direct contention I have. But I'm gonna peruse the rest of the
Nah,
sources.
I said that though. I
Yeah, I didn't
said it
hear that.
started in Morocco. That's why I was able to agree with you right now. So
I thought you were saying they were Senegalese. That's on me that I
no,
misheard
no,
it.
it started with Yahya in Morocco. He goes and recruits Ibn Yasin from Mecca. Then Ibn Yasin recruits people from Senegal. But the initiation started from Morocco with Yahya.
Okay. Yeah, that's right as that.
Yeah, definitely. But we're gonna get into this mixed aspect too, right? Because when you see non-melanated Moors, there are European converts, right? But then aside from European converts, there were non-melanated Berbers that was going into those empires. So what we're not gonna do is just paint one brush, one color, or one brush, one color. You can't say that the
Of
Moors
course.
were all white or that they were all black. We got
Right.
documentation but then that lets you know people were there. And
Facts.
what you can point out is a median. What you can point out is a face. What you can point out is you get what I'm saying with that?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
and that's where the context of the usage, the portrayal, the cultural context of the term Moor, who gets termed Moor, what works of art get labeled Moor. You know what I mean? So you can see the
Yeah.
cultural context of the usage of this, what was in the minds of the people. And that's what we can clearly document one way versus the other.
You can see how they utilize it as a pejorative, like they did Negro, or even the term Guinea, when they went into West Africa. So yeah, I definitely agree with that. I just think our people have a tendency, since you bring in a nuance, but when they observe the Moors, they try to put it as if it's this black inspired, black led, black powered entity. And from my historical research, this is not the case. Now, did black people definitely contributed in a heavy way, but it wasn't inspired by black people and for black people.
So I don't think it was for black people. It was an empire. It was a civilization. And what I would add as a nuance is that it wasn't one group of black peoples that comprised of the blackness of the. When you talk about the blackness of the Moors, now it's not just one type of blackness or stereotypical type of blackness or one type of demographic that you can point to with this, and there's nuances within that, right? And that more is what I'm gonna get into, I guess, with the debate with you know what I mean, with Chief X.
Yeah, no, I agree. But they even
hold
tell
on,
you.
let me just contextualize, because you're giving me an opportunity to say something that I didn't say.
No, I thought you was finished. My bad.
No doubt. When we talk about the Moors, my personal opinion of the Moors is the same as you. What the role they play historically is a detriment to Africa, right? They opened the door for what later happened to us. And in the same work, Introduction to African Civilization, that I cited to talk about the history of the Moors, it is that same work that talks about the Moors destroying Songhai, the Moors destroying, you know what I mean? And the detriment they played in Africa. So what we're talking about is their relevance in the conversation of Black Europeans. They comprise one of the most famous demographics of Black Europeans there ever was. So we got to talk about them if we're talking about the larger topic of Black Europeans, which I was. Now, if we want to talk about who was good Black people and bad Black people, then we're going to get into some things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So just
I see.
To give that historical, I acknowledge everything you acknowledge. They caused a greater harm to the larger population of Black people than they did good, as being a representation of Black excellence that we need in this current time and political climate.
Facts. Yeah, I agree 100%.
All right. For my brother got energy, I do want to ask you something as well. As the host, last time you was on the show, because this is a 2-part. This is part 2, so I want to address a piece that you dropped in part 1.
Okay.
in relation to what was it?
Okay.
Ireland or Scotland in this relation to Skoda. Are you going on record that Skoda is a actual individual beyond myth, or is just Skoda just purely myth? Like, what's the background on Skoda in its relation to Scotland? You know, the name, and even if you got the knowledge to lay it on us, the Labora Gabala Arin.
So when you talk about Skoda, she's a fictional character. That's an oral tradition, that's folklore, right? But it's important to know what was in the minds of the people, right? Or why. That still plays a anthropological context. That's a cultural context, because Skoda is not from the Chola Empire in South India. Skoda is not from the Khmer Empire in Vietnam. You feel what I'm saying? Skoda is specifically from Kemet, which is Afro-Asiatic, which is exactly the linguistic substrata you find in the insular Celtic languages. Hold on. That's not arbitrary now. So the fact that they have this oral tradition, that they have some contact with Afro-Asiatic speakers, and their oldest form of their language preserves a genetic linguistic connection with Afro-Asiatic languages, then that seems like cultural memory at that point. On top of the confirmed tin trade that would have brought Afro-Asiatic speakers in multiple forms up to the British Isles. The Bronze Age tin trade, because it was that tin that was needed to make bronze. So I think there are real life archaeological, cultural, and anthropological connections that they had with the Levant and Afro-Asiatic world that would speak to why they have an oral tradition that relates them back to Skoda and the Egyptians. So no, Skoda is not a real person, right? And the significance of Skoda, I don't think lies on Skoda being a real person. I think the significance there is just the mere fact that their oral tradition and their language preserves this memory of contact with Afro-Asiatic speakers, and they have this long documented Bronze Age history of trade with individuals that were Afro-Asiatic speaking, and then migrations of Afro-Asiatic speakers from North Africa into the blase, and the bringers of agriculture coming from the Levant, right? Agriculture entered Europe by individuals coming from the Levant and Turkey. So there's multiple ways.
Yeah, let me get this in real quick.
Yes, sir.
This Sunday, y'all already know what it is. Hey, yo, Ngolo, when you gonna come to the presentation, brother?
Huh?
When you gonna do a slideshow, man?
I'm right now I'm compiling resources because somebody asked me for to do one on, because they was talking the other night about
come do a show.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was speaking with Miss Napata the other night because they presented some pseudo nonsense in regards to Yoruba coming from the Nile Valley or the Levant, and also the Akan. So I'm compiling sources right now to present a presentation with that.
Let me let everybody know this Sunday at 5 o'clock. I think I might do it at 3 o'clock because it's on a Sunday. We finally got King J going up in the big leagues, in the toughest environment, going up against Brother Ashe. Ashe, you looking a little mean on this flyer, brother. You and King J facing off.
Man, that man lost in the title, man. That man is a walking body.
Yeah, so this is going to be a good one right here, y'all. All right? This is going to be a good one. Make no mistake about it. And then we got, coming up after that, we got Apostle. Don't sleep on this one right here. This could be an upset. It could be an upset. All right? And then we got the big main event right here. Continental African versus Continental African. It's going down. We got Sekou versus Easy Bands. is the Bible, the Word of God. That's going to be April the 12th, and that's going to be hot. That's going to be a good one.
That is.
So be on the lookout for that right there, y'all. We got 3 good, powerful debates coming up, and it's going to be more coming up. We're getting new debaters coming on the scene.
I see.
All right. Who is next? Who's next on the mic? Nepal, you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
All right, go ahead, take over.
Well, you don't mind Ashay doing it? Because I'm kind of in and out because I'm cooking, but I'll do it. I'll do it. Can you help me out, Ashay? If I miss somebody in the back,
Yeah, you
can you just let them in? Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. Thank you. Okay, who was next? Who's next?
I don't know. Whoever you pick.
Okay, let's go back to God Energy. Whenever in doubt, we'll just go back to the guest. God Energy. So far with the feedback you've gotten, what do you think about all the feedback? Was it mostly aligning with what you teach, or you feel like you're getting a lot of pushback?
No, I think they're relevant questions. I think more pushback is needed, to keep us sharp and to bring out opportunities to talk more nuanced about this. You know what I mean? So I'm glad Ngolo went through that with me. I'm glad you're going through it with me as well. Because we can get caught generalizing, right? Because sometimes you just got to present it for the sake of a topic. We got limited time, limited slides, blase, blase. So this is for those nuances. And I think it just expands the knowledge on it, gives people an opportunity to bring out the perspective. And related to some things, we got a Hebrew Israelite movement that's largely, related to a lot of this information. And people beat up the Hebrews a lot. I speak against a perspective that they have. So I feel like it is on us to be intellectually honest and put the information out there that is truthful. And if it aligns with people that you usually don't align with, I don't think we should shy away from that. You know what I mean? Or for a sake, steel man argument, right? The presentation I did allows for a Hebrew Israelite to create a steel man argument off of my, I'm steel manning their argument, meaning I'm adding to it. We're going to make your argument the best it could be. And then I'm going to argue against the best of your argument. Right. So I'm going to steel man your argument instead of straw man your argument. So I feel like what my information does is allows us to steel man the Hebrew Israelite argument, give them all the credit that they could get, right? Give them the resources to bring their side of the perspective. And then we will go against what they say. We'll go against the best of what they have to offer. And so, you know what I mean? Instead of doing any other thing of trying to undermine their information. So
yeah, they rely on the Tariq Al-Fattah's narrative of, as far as there being a community by Timbuktu of Jewish traders, and then them also having instances of North African converts coming into Africa. But again, yeah, like you said, they still don't have an argument because they still have to make a general assertion because it's really no hard evidence that it was in any large numbers or that they directly come from them. So yeah, what you're saying is correct though.
Let's get over to perfect timing. Let's get over to Gideon, who is he does claim Israel and he is also claiming Africa. What is your take on all of this, especially what you just heard the brother God Energy and Gideon and Ngolo say? What do you think about the presentation, Gideon?
What's going on, Nepal?
Peace.
All praise to the Most High in the name of Yeshua. Peace to everybody on the panel. Hope y'all doing well. I just want to say to the brother, man, that was a good presentation. One thing that I always lead with
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no doubt. One thing I always lead with is that, we don't have to be the same thing. But if people are intelligent enough and respect facts as it relates to what I believe in or the history behind it, I have no problem if they don't ascribe to what I'm saying. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying in that part.
I get it.
But where I would, like I say, great presentation, man. You brought out information that I haven't even known. In total transparency, I was speaking with an Abo about three weeks ago. and he mentioned that the Huguenots were black, and I laughed at him. But what he didn't do was he didn't provide the source material. So, you know, what you do is you provide the source material to go behind your facts. But one thing I will push back on you is not that it's so much pushback, you didn't cover it. You said that, basically the Iberian Jews were black. I don't know how you come to that conclusion per se, but that's basically what you were saying. I'm kind of generalizing so we can get in a conversation. And you were saying that although a lot of Israelites say that they are a lot of Black Americans say they are Israelites, they really can't use that Sephardic migration. You know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't substantial enough. So my pushback to you would be this, because when I first started, gathering the information and the history about the Yuhadin in Africa, I didn't follow that migration. I spent years before I even really recognized the in-depthness of the Sephardic migration. But more or less, the West Africans that we see, or the West Africans that we say were the Israelites, they come from more of a east to west migration, from what we see in Yemen, Ethiopia, what we see in Simeon, what we see in the succeeding areas after that pre-Spanish expulsion, speaking of Israelites in West Africa. So, like I said, it's only pushback because you didn't mention it, not saying that you denounced it, but like I tell a lot of my Israelite brothers as well, that's where we need to look to. I don't want to say more than the Sephardic migration, but just as much, because I think that's where we really come from, and that's where the established culture and tradition that we see in West Africa pre-exile, that's where it comes from, that east-west migration, not so much the Sephardic.
What time period is that, brother?
So,
well, the time period, it varies. Well, it starts from as early as 1000 BC, when we see the Carthaginians entering into North Africa.
Never mind.
And Iberia. So yeah.
Never mind. I ask you a question, got in?
So I want to just respond to Gideon that. So what I'm implying is that the Iberian Peninsula was very melanated. It was very black, very dark, right? Regardless of how many dark Muslims was there, you even had tawny individuals coming from North Africa, and then Indo-European, meaning white European, converts to Islam, right? So it's still not making the whole area black in a sense. So I'm also not saying that the Sephardics in total were black. What I was doing was making the very, very strong case for the reality of Black Jews, right? And what we were pointing out is that a large place, a central hub for these Black Jews, a place where there would have been a lot of Black Jews, given the racial makeup of that area, was the Iberian Peninsula. Then I cited a primary source from John Mackey, who was the spy who lived amongst the Jacobites, who described one of the Jacobites as a black man, like a Spaniard or a Jew, right? What that does is just give you a sense of stereotypes, because John Mackey knows that not every Jew is black. John Mackey knows that not every Spaniard is black, right? But the stereotype at the time for his day was to go, ayo, Spaniards be black, Jews be black, Spaniards be Jews that be black, right? So you have a synonym there. So
Muslims
no, we're not.
black, yeah.
So no, we're not saying that all of the Iberian Jews were black or all of the Sephardis were black, right? But a large portion of Black Jews were Sephardi.
Yeah, and that origin is what we call a sub-Saharan Negro. Like that's why the camps, like their doctrine, like it kind of it just like it doesn't really like kind of it doesn't carry out. It doesn't meet itself out, meaning that if a person was to tell you that Jews, especially in this day and time, even in the time of Spain, if a person was to say all Jews were black in that area, they'll be wrong. Just from the fact of phenotypical absorption amongst intermarriage and things like that. But the origin, the original Jews that came into that area, what we call black. So yeah, that's what I would just add to what you said. But yeah, good presentation, bro.
Got it.
Much appreciated.
Can you share my screen?
I don't know how to do any of that type of technical stuff.
Did you do that, Ashay? All right, yeah, perfect. All right, you see this screen? This is in the Moorish, like Muslim rule at one point. You see over here, I believe up in this area would be Iraq, if I'm not mistaken. In this in this area. Okay, so
What? Okay.
All right, now reason I bring that up.
Which caliphate is this?
Which caliphate? It would be Abbasid Caliphate.
That the Abbasid is not Moorish. The Abbasid is the Islamic.
We know that. No, that's not why I'm bringing it up to say that
Oh,
it's Moorish. I'm bringing it up for another reason. But he asked me which one. That's why I just told him. But let me explain why I brought it up. Okay, so the Moorish height of its rulership, which was over in Iberia and other places, the height was from 711 to 1492. Are we in agreement?
no, the height was from 711 to around 1000, and then it survived from 1000 till 1492. But when you talk
like that, no, leave me there because let me get my point out. I want you. I just wanted to know at least this period. Because this person I'm about to quote, his name is Al-Jahiz, and he was born in Iraq during 86. He was born in Iraq. He died in 868 to 869. But he was
that's the Abbasid. That is the Abbasid period. Yeah,
right. And it's strange to me that we always give attributes to 19th century, 18th century racism, and it wasn't like that in the past. That he would write a book in the heart of the heights of, or in one of the heightened periods of the Moorish rule of Spain about the blacks over the white. His book Al-Khatib, Blacks Over Whites, that he wrote in Iraq, and it says ethnically he was widely described in early sources as of East African Zanj ancestry, meaning Black African roots.
Zanj, the kingdom of Zanj. Yes, sir. That's
Zanzibar. All right, in Iraq, he became one of the most famous intellectuals of the Abbasid era. He wrote over 200 books. His famous book about Black people is called The Superiority of Black Over White. Now, who's talking racism at that? I want your thoughts on that one. Go ahead, got it.
Yeah, that's why I don't play this game of getting squeamish or standoffish when it comes to the topic of race. Race is not a modern phenomenon. Race is not a product of 1492 and 1600 colonialism that happened in America and it's exclusive to the things that led to the slave trade. Race has always been something that people have acknowledged. Race has always played geopolitical factors in things, right? You can see peoples like the Carthage and the Etruscans aligning up on racial lines against the Greeks and the Romans, who are both Indo-European speakers, whereas the Carthaginians and the Etruscans are both non-Indo-European speakers. And you know what I mean? Or descriptions of the Zhou describing the Shang as black with oily skin, or you know what I mean? So we have so many different references to this. And hegemony is a revolving wheel, and blacks and we are at the bottom now. But we used to be at the top for a very long time, and it's a cycle of these things. And everyone gets their turn at the top and the bottom and somewhere in between, and that's the revolving door of this whole thing. So you're going to find references to race, racial superiority, racial discrimination all throughout history. I even cited in my presentation from Professor Toynbee. Professor Toynbee noted that the Umayyads considered themselves swarthy with a connotation of racial superiority, and then called the Turks ruddy with a sense of racial inferiority. So this was present, right? This was there. This happens. And I love the context of the time period in this early Abbasid period where the Islamic world knew of black rule. The Arab Islamic world knew of the Umayyads. They are still living with the competition of the Moors that are thriving in Spain at that time, which reflects exactly that sentiment that your author is writing, because the Iranian, more pale Abbasid culture has not completely taken over yet, because don't get it twisted, that Islamic civil war is drawn on racial lines as well, where you have the melanated Umayyads. That's why the Moors represent the last vestige of the Umayyads. The Umayyads survived as the Moors, right? The original Islamic expansion of the Umayyads, it survived as the Moors. The Moors represented the last longest living stronghold of the Umayyad Caliphate. And it was competing and out-competing economically, culturally, socially, the Abbasid dynasty. And it's the Abbasid that creates the tafsir, the tahriq, the hadith, all of this extra Quranic commentary. If the Quran is the original revelation and this is all you need, this is the word of God and nothing else is needed, that's why you could mess about the Bible, right? Because the Bible and all of this other stuff was written by man, but the Quran is the word of God. That means you don't need nothing else, meaning you don't need a siratul Rasulullah, you don't need a tahriq, you don't need a tafsir, you don't need a hadith. And that's why there are Muslims that reject those things. All of those things are Abbasid era productions, meaning it was made by the caliphate that did not write the original Qurans. It was made by the caliphate that was not the original caliphate that represented the mantle of the Rashiduns and the Muhammad expansion. The Umayyads represented that. So what the Umayyads put down represented original foundational Islam. And after the Abbasids outcompete and defeat the Arabian Umayyads, then the Abbasids start producing all of this extra Quranic material. So, and that's when the direction of prayer gets put to Mecca. The Abbasid moved the direction of prayer to Mecca. And the Umayyads,
Let me ask you this. So when this guy Al-Jahaz, who's considered a great scholar in the Abbasid world, was conflicting that in his writings, fighting this, what you're talking about, writing that black superiority. No, you're lying. We're superior, and writing this stuff. And then it says evidence of racial awareness in the 8th and 9th century. Yes, his writing shows that ethnic and color-based tensions were already being discussed in the Abbasid world. But I'll land my plane there.
I want to ask you a question, God Energy. Thanks for presenting that, Rakufu.
Yes.
So just to get you on record and just so I can understand this, you're saying even in the ancient world, there was a phenotype. It was based on phenotype as far as discrimination, not xenophobia, not tribalism. It was primarily because of color.
Who said who put a metric of primarily or more than or less than? That I think we don't have the data. Yeah, I just want to.
Well, scientific racism. Just let me use that as the litmus.
No, I can. You don't have to paraphrase it. I can say my original statement. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, because paraphrasing. So what I'm trying to say is, part of tribalism is phenotypic discrimination, right? Tribalism isn't just all of the. You know what I mean? Because there wasn't as much admixture back then, right? It becomes a bit more and a bit more as time goes on, as phenotypes develop, as different peoples that were once isolated come into contact with each other. So homogeneous phenotypes were a lot more of the rule and the standard than we might think in the melting pot of America. But right, that was not the only defining factor, because you could have two peoples of the same ancestral phenotypes, they form kingdoms and empires, and then they go at it like cats and dogs, right? So no, you see infighting amongst the same peoples of phenotypes. What I was saying is that you cannot exclude racism, which is what people try to do by making racism seem like a modern phenomenon. So it is those peoples that are being dishonest and disingenuous and extreme by excluding racism. All I'm doing is including racism into the number of things that made people beef with each other. So no, I am not saying that race was primarily, it was the main thing and everyone only saw race and everyone only beefed because of race. No, that would be a gross misrepresentation of what I said. I am merely adding racism into the multitude of reasons of why people did these things. And I think the brother Rakufu brought out an excellent source to illustrate that from the point of view of the Islamic civil war between the Umayyad and the Abbasid. We have a direct narrative that explains the tension, not only militaristically, but ethnically and racially, that fight was about. Rakufu, actually, I would like that source real quick. Can I write that down?
That's
And God
Al-Jihad, I
energy.
think.
So I'm gonna give it to you, Ngolo. I'm not gonna be long, but I just want to say, so basically, when we got to move away from the word racism, because that's already like it's got a lot of negative connotations. Of course, you're saying phenotype was a factor in discrimination and xenophobia. Phenotype, right? Obviously.
I like that Nepal phenotype, yeah.
What do you think about?
There's evidence of it being with them racializing people before it was standardized. Like if you read Ibn Khaldun's narratives when he goes into Africa, he speaks about he gives the phenotype and he makes it like a race type cast to saying the people are primitive and he says their culture is backwards and all that type of stuff. So there's a myriad of specifically Islamic narratives that give this categorization.
But
Herodotus also, just let me just say this real quick. Herodotus also characterized the Germans as a race of looking like a race completely onto themselves, with features completely different from the rest of the world that he knew. Meaning Herodotus knew the Greek world and he knew the African world. He knew what Ethiopians, Egyptians, and Greeks look like. And this is a gradient of different peoples and phenotypes that we see. And he said that the Germans look completely alien to all of that he had seen before. Whatever diversity existed in the Mediterranean that Herodotus would have been familiar with, he specifically notes that the Germans looked alien and different from all of that. So people had eyes. It wasn't this thing where people were just like, oh, that's a human and I'm a human. People notice different things. It's one of the first things you notice about people. You know what I mean? So all throughout history, you will find documentation of racial categorific statements, either noticing race, being mad at someone for being another race, people talking shit back in the day, like, oh, this guy, and he's an Egyptian. Like, you know what I mean? Like that was part of normal conversation.
And another thing we have to realize that is actually I do want to say this right quick, Raku. The European is actually the Michael Jordan of slavery. You know what I'm saying? Because they actually invented the term. So, you know, a lot of people like to look at it and think it's like, you know, the first time this has happened. But yeah, this is just like a cycle, basically.
Okay, you ready, God Energy, for the name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, A-L, capital A, little L, dash in the middle, and then J, capital J-A, H-I-Z, that's his name, Al-Jihaz. And the name of the book he wrote is called Fakhr, which is F, capital F-A-K-H-R, space, A-L, dash, Sudan, A-L-A, Allah, space, A-L, space, B-I-D-A-N.
B-I-D-A-N?
Bidan, yeah, Allah el-Bidan.
Thank you.
Allah el-Bidan.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
God Energy, are you to just change the subject a little bit, but not the subject of your presentation? Right. Are you asserting that the Protestants were Black?
So by that time, there would have been a lot of intermixing, a lot of what they call assimilating going on, right? You would have had light-skinned individuals like me and things like that. Melungeons, they said, were dark skin with dark hair, and Melungeons would represent an analogous group that Protestants would have been. Are we going to paint the Protestants with one sweeping brush of being Black? No, but there you definitely would have had assimilated, hiding their identity mulatto types like me mixed amongst Protestants. So what we're talking about is the reality of the Black, melanated, brown complexion, tan complexion, tawny complexion, and Black complexion presence in individuals in Europe. So would I say that there would have been maybe a person analogous to Wesley Snipes amongst these Protestants? I think so much genetic assimilation was going on by this time that a person that complexion and morphology was not most likely associated with Protestants, even though in isolated cases there could have been. But largely, no. The Protestants would have represented the more Indo-European aspect mixed with a lot of these Moriscos and Huguenot type peoples who range from skin tone mostly averaging like me. That's why I showed the Huguenot individual the engraving of him, so we can get a feel for what was going on. And the phenotypes, I think, represent this transitionary period. So all of that assimilating, right, would have provided for a certain phenotype. So no, we are not going to just paint the Protestants black, and we are not broad stroke painting any of these populations black. That's why I didn't want to say that all of the Iberian Jews are black, or all Sephardis are black, or Sephardi is synonymous with black Jew.
Because I'm wondering, thank you for answering that, but
No
still
problem.
I'm wondering, how do we draw the line? The line is blurred between biology and sociology. Like, for instance, if your presentations have shown that Black people are the root, obviously, to just say it basically.
Yeah.
However, with the Protestants, because the transatlantic slave trade, as far as the dogma and the Christian teachings are hinged, they're anchored in Protestant, teachings. So how do we broaden the conversation from, okay, they had some admixture, they were Black here, they were Black there, they had some mixture here of Black, meaning African. How do we still distinguish between the Protestants, the Protestant Christianity is the foundation of making Black slavery okay, if they were in fact Black people? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, where do we start to broaden this conversation and make it clear that they're not us, even though they might have had some DNA that matched with ours, they are definitely starkly against us because they were what we call, that's why it's white. White is a social word, right? So they were white. Can you talk to me about that?
So under the Black's Law Dictionary, they would have been considered free white peoples because of the social constructs behind it, because white didn't always equate to skin color. So even though some of these peoples would have been considered free white peoples, they would have held tans and stuff like that as well, speaking exactly to what you're saying. I also want to say that was the point of me pointing out Paul Revere being descended from these peoples, and me pointing out that George Washington was descended from these peoples, because I was pointing to that exact fact that you're talking about, that the Moorish Science Temple of America wants to make these Moors synonymous with us, and us that movement, and that movement us, when in reality the descendants of those Moors and Moriscos and Huguenots and Melungeons assimilated themselves to death. And they are these white slave master colonialists that we're talking about. And even before they assimilated themselves to death, Ngolo touched on that fact that you're talking about, that largely, even before they assimilated, the Moors didn't treat Blacks good anyway, right? And when you're talking about the destruction of the golden age of West Africa, indigenous West Africa, the Moors played a hand in that. Whilst they destroyed Africa, they elevated the European populations. That's documented. So Napa, our historical context of the Moors, you and Ngolo are bringing us back to that reality that, yes, we're talking about this because we're talking about Black Europeans. And technically the Moors are one of the most famous groups of Black Europeans to ever have existed. So we are talking about them. But in context, these Moors did bad things to us specifically, to put it plainly and simply. And they assimilated their
right?
they assimilated their genetics to look like others. Their descendants are not of the Black community. And in that transitionary process, they were involved in enslaving peoples here in the Americas. So these Black descended Sephardi Jews were heavy into slave plantations down in Virginia and North Carolina and South Carolina. So yes, these individuals that I'm talking about are also responsible for playing a hand in the enslavement and trauma of the African-American community. Yes, ma'am.
So at the end of the day, it comes back to Black on Black. Basically, it's just, it gets more to like a different issue than just biology. That's why I said brought in the conversation, correct? It's about class. No?
Not so much class, but different alliances, because these Moors definitely had an alliance to an extreme demographic that is opposed, that would be juxtaposed to our demographic. So we can't take the white element out of this. So we're not going to take the incentivizing of the white population out of this. And it is always the side of, and it only becomes Black on Black when one group decides to align with the white individuals, and then it becomes Black on Black because the other Black side is a proxy soldier for the white behind them. So you know what I mean? So there's the nuances to that as well. So no, there's no way you're ever going to take race out of this, or the hand of white individuals out of this, or the fact that throughout all history, people have noticed that, hey, I'm Black and hey, you're white. It just is what it is.
How do we determine who is the white alliance if everyone has that mixture? Which one is the white, so-called pure white? Like, how do we, if we're aligning, like you talk about the Huguenots and going into the Protestantism, which were you say Paul Revere, and you name I think Benjamin Franklin or Washington.
No, I specifically George Washington and Paul Revere.
Right, Paul Revere. I don't think Benjamin Franklin was any religion, but so unless you talk about the
Hellfire.
Do as thou wilt. Yeah, Hellfire Club. Yes, okay. Yeah, you know about that. That's great.
No, I only brought up Benjamin Franklin because his quote about Black people. He's not involved genetically into this story.
Right. And I really, this is a compelling conversation. The reason is you bring out always, don't forget that this is, Black is the root. Black is the root. And then you know how I come in and I'm like, how can't that be weaponized against us? So who is the white power that is handling all of this? For me, I'm just going to put it out there. I'd say it would be, when you say crypto Jews and you say, you know, because you're familiar with Hellfire, there is this conflict. They've conflated crypto Jews as far as Frankists. When we talk about the Rothschilds and Jacob Frank, they call crypto Jews more with the thing with your presentation. Those are crypto Jews that were being driven out because of Christianity in Europe. And there are also this other group called crypto Jews who are Sabbateans. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but that is who Benjamin Franklin aligned with. So I kind of went off the rails, but I want to get back to you. Who do we mark and say, okay, these are the people that everybody else aligned with and they turned on their own? Because at this point, I'm seeing it's all Black on Black biologically. And thanks for letting me get that all out. And I want to hear from you on that. And then we can go around the panel.
Yeah, the Aragonese and the Castilians, the people that aligned with the Aragonese and the Castilians, right? Because you can see in the history it happened. So and the Moors, with the Arab influence or Berber presence or whatever you want to say, they just attacked other melanated people, right? Even without one empire overthrowing it in another associated with white people. We're not going to take away the Black on Black crime aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? That part is there. But largely, we're talking about the English and the Aragonese forces of the Kingdom of Aragon, specifically when I say Aragonese. Right. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for pinpointing. I appreciate that. So everybody else can come. Thank you for. I'd like to have more conversations with you about this, if possible, because I get to learn a lot. But it's that slippery slope that I want to always, bring the balance. So I appreciate you. Okay. Thank you so much. God Energy. All right, I'll pass the mic to whoever wants to get in here. I know it's
Yeah,
hogging the mic, and the
I'll,
brother's been up here for 4 hours, so go
yeah.
ahead. I
Whenever
just
if you
want
want to close out, you can close out. I was just
to.
doing
No,
an
no,
answer
no.
the question.
It's up to him, and so go ahead, Ngola.
No, you trying to close out, brother?
In a second, if y'all still got a couple things to say, I'm fine with that. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I
I'm
would just
just
answer
happy
the
to
question
engage
real
the
quick, buddy.
information.
Yeah,
No
you
doubt.
answered it basically. No, I would just say in regards to the quote unquote Moors and Almoravids, it's just them aligning with the Islamic Arabized ideology. They viewed everybody that wasn't a Muslim as an infidel, and then even the people that they ended up destabilizing ended up adopting that same mindset. So then they end up having to mass convert other people around them, and then they raid other people around them and end up selling them to slavery. So it's the mindset. It's just aligning to something foreign. But even if you want to talk about black on black, to them that wasn't really a concept. It was really more about ethnicity in terms of linguistic and culture. But it's still, but like the brother said, it's as far as race is concerned, phenotypical, like difference in color, that's you're not going to see that in like West Sub-Saharan Africa because everybody's the same color for the most part, except really the Khoi, and they
But
they were
yeah,
really absorbed by the quote
that's what
unquote
I'm saying.
Bantu people.
You're not gonna take it out the equation. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
no, of
There's
course not. But
infighting. Infighting.
yeah, in regards to us, it's not you're not really finna see it because like I said, we was the same color. But if you're good with other people that came into Levant where it's color differentiation, you're always gonna see it because it's just a human phenomenon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I
I'm
get that.
finished.
I can close out just real quick till you got energy.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, you will read about El Jahaz and we can discourse on him later because you're going to have a lot of good times in just his books. It's amazing given the time and climb.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what I've been missing. You know what I mean? Not knowing, but it's a key component into my conversation about Islam specifically, right? Because when we're talking about the Umayyad and the Abbasid, like that's the pivotal part right there, because that's what changed Islam. That's when Islam changed. And this is a narrative speaking exactly to that time, to the elements, to the political and ethnic elements. That was a great addition. You know what I mean? So I thank you so much for that contribution.
All the time.
Right. Hey, Nepal, thank you. Thank you for that nice mini interview you did with my brother God Energy. That was great. I was listening to it. I love the questions you was asking him. And I'm saying to myself, I think you got to bring him on the show and just do a straight up interview with him.
Yeah, I think that'll be great. I would like to interview him more than just kind of not really debate him, but
right. A nice
some thought provoking questions, and he can bring them out.
So I want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you, hey man, God Energy. Thanks, man. You got like 4 hours in. Thank you, everybody. And
sure.
Any last words, Nepal?
Let's let God Energy close out with some last words, and then we can say thank you to Ashe and everybody who's on the panel. Rakufu, Rakufu, good job with all those questions, and then Ngolo, of course, he's always representing. Thanks, sa.neter. Go ahead, God Energy.
I want to give our God Energy this last little nugget. God Energy.
Okay.
Okay, so God Energy, if you get a chance, look into the libraries of Timbuktu because they're chasing the people around trying to stop them from teaching the knowledge and take the books from them right now. The family's got to hide them, but some of them have come out and been translated. Maybe that can help you in what was going on in the Islamic world at that time too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this is the link. This is the link to get the Stay Cool and Easy Bands ticket. It's only $20. It's only $20, y'all. So love and support. All right, close us out, God Energy.
Yeah, thank you for tuning in, everybody. This topic about Black Europeans brought us from, 40,000 BC onward. So again, to remember, it was multiple levels and cultural things, anthropological reasons and means that brought quote unquote Blackness into Europe, whether it was from outside of Africa, migrating through Eurasia, or if it was directly from Africa in multiple time periods. And then this Blackness, these peoples were integral into every developing stage of Europe. And even during the Moorish period, these foreign peoples invading from North Africa brought so much advancement. And I want us to look at the history and the political agenda, the political undertones that were stated, right? Because yes, I gave you history, but yes, you can clearly see God energy has an agenda, right? So I think correlating this to today and looking at the position that these Black Europeans were in versus the position that we are in now, I think that is the greatest relevance to this presentation. We know that the world was black, y'all, blackity black, black, y'all, right? So I think we all generally know that, but I think the political connotations and how history rhymes and repeats and the lessons that we can learn, that's what I really think is the great value from this presentation, specifically part 2. So history, the great value of history is it is a playbook, right? And we need to use history as a playbook and a reference to help us move today. So I just want to leave y'all with that.
All right, with that, peace and black power, brother.
Yeah. Source up, lockdown. The HOK is the roughest. Don't be a pseudo, I build you up strong. Be the toughest. Source up, lockdown. The HOK is the roughest. Don't be a pseudo, I build you up strong. Be the toughest. I'm betting every line. You're pseudo-intellectual, wasting all my time. You got the rhetoric, the cadence, and the flashy tone, but you're a king of static on a cardboard throne. You wanna be the best, you have to beat the best. No stumbling, no mumbling, straight scholarship. Don't power trip, follow the script, or you might get the hollow tip. Solid grip or catch a beat down with my scholar's whip. Apostle and Cedric, step to the podium, bequeath the ancient decree. While you're blinded by easy bands and what the eyes can see. Yeah. The spirit is the architect, the only way to climb. sa.neter, king of the message, transcending space and time. Ankh is the key to the life that's forbidden. You talk about easy bands, chasing juju shine. But sa.neter the one with the mastermind. Baka standing in the light, skip the suntan shade. Don't come with no pseudo shit, we will put you in the grave. Source up, lockdown. The HOK is the roughest. Don't be a pseudo, be strong, cause we the toughest. Source up, lockdown. The HOK is the roughest. Don't be a pseudo, be strong, cause we the toughest. Don't flip the script, stay true to the essence. Study the HOK roots, we school them like a lesson. No fake deep vibes, keep the vision crystal clear. Let's keep it pushing, brother, no fear, no fear, no fear. No fear.